All right, let's see here. I am getting electrocuted. Bunch of static and stuff. Uh-oh. Why did my controllers decide to die? Uh-oh. There it goes. All right. Let's see here. Reset everything. Okay, so we're still having that weird issue where it keeps forgetting my binds. Like, I completely started completely brand new. How does it keep doing this? Super weird. Okay, first off, here, that goes away. This is gonna pop up. Let's see if we can fix some control binds. Where am I today? I am still in England. I think I'm just outside of Leeds. And see, that's another crazy thing. Like, why are some of my controls saving the keybinds and other ones do not? That is so weird to me. So third VJoy device, search by input. There's the input. It's not bound to anything. Why is it not bound to anything? Because, why does it keep reverting back to Toby? No. There, now it's collective. This is the part that I just do not understand. Why does it keep changing my control binds? Just weird. Okay. Okay, so again, why is that doing anything? Every time. Did my stream die? Oh no, don't tell me that the stream died already. Delete. Okay. Okay. So hopefully now... No, it's inverted now. What the hell is going on? Okay, so we have all that. Good. Next... None of those... We did like an hour's worth of work the other day, and now nothing is set up now. I do not understand. I don't understand. Okay, so battery. Again. Okay. Master battery on. Okay. Master battery off. On release. Okay. So we have that. Good. Turn the light on. I have no idea. The stream apparently died and then came back. Dictation. Generator. Okay. All right, there. Generator, good. Anti-collision. Dictation. Anti. Dr. K, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Nope. Okay, so this one is going to be reversed. Control on release. So I am back to rebinding all my keys again. So yeah, that's where we're at so far today. All right. Horn on. Okay. On release. Cool. Okay, now we're setting avionics master. Yep, there it is. Make sure that works for turning off as well. Okay, cool. We got avionics master set up. Next is going to be pitot heat. Okay, pitot heat button turns on and off. Last, well, maybe not last, but we now need a fuel, which sadly is only a toggle. It doesn't have an on-off like all the other ones do. So I'm just going to put it on a button. Fuel pump. Okay, that does not work. Alright, now I can turn the fuel pump on and off. When I started the stream, it was almost pitch black. Time?
1:32.
Game time.
7:32.
Sunrise is supposed to be around 8:50 in London today, I think. Okay, cool. And last but not least, let's delete that. Okay, that doesn't have an input. All right, so we we need engine starter. Okay, that's not it. Okay, turning the power off. I don't want to actually start the helicopter yet. It's not that late in South Wales at the moment. I'm in, I think I'm just outside Leeds. Hold on. I have a sneeze coming up. I can feel it. Stoke-on-Trent. JCB World Headquarters. 10 miles away. I'm at One Coat Moorage Airstrip. I think it's a farming airfield. Staffordshire? That's 5 miles away, so that's what I'm close to. I can feel a sneeze building, but it's refusing to come out right now. So I apologize, guys. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna find the correct bind for this. Primer. How would I do this? It's not engine, it's starter, isn't it? That's not it either. What is this? What the hell? That right there now explains so many of the issues I was having earlier. Why? I have never even had to mess with this stuff before. That was really, really, really off. Holy crap. Sick too? Yeah. It's that time of year. It sucks. Of course, my rotor brake isn't working either. Oh. For some reason, the rotor brake doesn't work unless the battery power's on, which, again, still blows my mind. That should never be a thing. Rotor brake should work no matter what. It's a freaking cable. It's not electronic. Alright, let's... gotta figure out this... thing. Again, what I wish they would do is have a mode where you can have this screen open, especially in VR, where you can position the screen wherever and be like, it will ask, what button would you like to use? And you would click that little button and then click on whatever it was in the 3D space. And then it would go, that is this control. What hardware control would you like to use? And then you press that. So you can quickly go, I want this virtual button to this real button, right? That would be the ultimate way of setting up the cockpit. Because, like, the VEMD, oh my god, trying to find that damn setting is such a pain. I should probably be taking note of these and writing them down. So I think, is it toggle engine master, maybe? Nope, it's not engine master either. Nope, that's not it either. Straight, like, I can't find the way to turn my damn helicopter on. Oh, come on. That's a governor. Oh my god. Okay, so I now found the starter cover. Now I've got to find the starter. Wait, is that what it is? Is literally starter? Nope, it's not that. Nope. There we are. It's the starter. Not an engine starter, just starter toggle. I don't know. Okay, so sanity check. Toe brakes do nothing. Forward, back, left, right, pull collective up. Push collective down. My lights don't work. All right. Landing lights on. Landing lights off. Set control on release. Cool. Got landing lights. Taxi lights on. Taxi lights off. Set control on release. Okay, now I'm just doing a sanity check, making sure none of the other analog axes that I have are bound to anything. Nope, I think we're good. So we can now get rid of this. Cool. And get rid of that. Sit up in my chair. Okay, I need... I have a lumbar support pillow behind me that I'm going to remove because it's not exactly the best. I think it's supposed to be a neck pillow. What I need to do is fill up a bag behind me to fill in the gap between me and the seat. And then cast that in foam. Okay. That's better. What I need is like a proper like 4-point, 5-point harness in this thing. That way it's actually holding me. They've only got a 4-point in this version, but one I flew on had a 5-point. All right, let's do this. Oh, I forgot another control. Dang it. Of course, I forgot another frickin' control. VEMD. All right, VEMD. There's a couple things I've got to set. Wrong device, of course it is. And we crashed the game. Oh my god, don't tell me that that's going to make me lose all my freaking controls. Come on. Does this game have save config? Sadly, because 2024, they decided to essentially do everything streaming from the cloud, it doesn't have anything that you can access and change yourself. Oh, that's annoying. This is the part that's really frustrating, because, like, all that time, I've been live for half an hour, and we probably have to rebind all the controls again. Every single one of them. Unbind all the other ones that... Oh my god, that's so annoying. And that's the annoying thing, is like setting up the controls just to do the basics, and that causes a game crash is a problem. What they should have done is, like, I mean, I like the UI is nice. The way it like, the annoying part is this, is like, if you have multiple helicopters, okay? I'm pretty sure that whatever control you're using, forward on the cyclic and backwards on the cyclic are going to be the same exact controls, right? But a turbine helicopter doesn't have an engine governor that you run, but a piston-powered helicopter does, right? So setting the governor on one shouldn't affect the controls on another, if that makes sense. There's some things they should share and some things they don't. Oh, that's so annoying. It's the having to redo it is the annoying part. Because everything that I did today, I had to do during my last stream too. And it's like... I would like to be able to jump on and fly. Not rebind all my controls for half an hour. Or in this case, it's going to be like an hour now. Try this again. Okay, interesting. It did remember my keybind with that. Okay, so helicopter, configure, passengers. Oh, it remembered that I had passengers. It had a little check mark there. Interesting. We might be lucky and it might have remembered my location. All right, departure. All right, so EGOZ. One coat, moorage airstrip. Okay, zoom in, please. Keep zooming in, keep zooming in. And we're going to place ourselves right on the edge. Departure. Or not. Set as departure. On ground, shut down. Start flight. Let's try this again. I'm kind of wondering, the moment you say, click here, departure, it should be loading the game in. Hey, it remembered. Okay, so hold on. You might have it. You guys saw that I picked the passenger version of this, right? Why am I on the hoist version again? This happened the other day, too. I don't want the hoist version of this helicopter. Configure. Like, passengers was literally checked. God. Oh, what? Well, try that again. EGOZ. Well, the thing is, too, is that, like, I know what the problem is. The problem was shareholders. Shareholders, to make money before the ending quarter of the year, they had to get the game out in 2024. The problem with that is releasing in the middle of November, November 16th. That means you have 2 weeks until the beginning of December. Nothing. You piece of shit! Did end flight. Game. I swear. Put my damn helicopter right there. On the ground. Shut down. I have to set my keybinds, game. But, okay, so yeah. They had, what, 2 weeks following release to do major patches. They had December. Nothing ever gets done in December. Right? Everybody's got plans. They're going to go see family for the holidays. Nothing gets done in December. Right? And then, when people get back... Okay, good. My keybinds apparently have saved, which is awesome. Except for my collective. Damn it! Okay. Forward, back, side to side. Just need to rebind the collective. Okay. Come on. There you are. Okay, now. Make that go away, please. All right, let's try this again. Okay, cool. So far, all those are still bound. What was the control that I was setting before the game decided to shit itself? Oh, God, what was it that I was binding? Oh, yeah, that's right. The VEMD. VEMD. Okay. But now, again, nothing gets done the first couple weeks after New Year's, right? Usually, companies start to be productive again around January 15th, which it's now January 16th, right? 17th. So people are finally back to work and being productive again. So I'm not expecting a patch until later this month. Maybe February at the earliest. What do you mean wrong device? Okay. I am not clicking apply to all aircraft. Because that apparently is what causes the... I did the wrong bind. Okay, so I've now bound those two keys down there. Those two are probably, for flight stuff, the important ones. Next, I need to scroll all the way down. That's not it. Never mind. Wrong one. Nope, that's not it either. Search for lighting. Okay, here we go. Lighting selector. Increase. Decrease. And now I can turn that knob with my actual dashboard. Sweet. Okay. Okay, next. Oh god, I gotta set the damn lights. Well, also remember, this is not a game made by Microsoft. It has the name Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's made by a studio called Asobo. Do not confuse the developers and publishers. Okay. All right, instrument. Okay, so we have system lights. Okay, that needs to be inverted. Cool. And then instrument. Probably also needs to be inverted. Yep, I was right. Sweet. Okay, cool. All right, and now... Okay, we're looking for idle and flight. So we're searching for idle. Okay, I'm searching for twist. T-W-I-S-T. All right, throttle, twist grip, toggle. Back to VJoy 1. Cool, and we have that. And I think now we have everything to fly. Let's do a function check. Forward, back, side to side. I didn't set my collective. Damn it. Forgot to reset my damn collective. Dictation. Collective. Okay, and it needs to be inverted. Okay, cool. There. Now we have everything set up. Oh my god. Overall, doing okay. Just been live for an hour and have only bound my control binds and then had a game crash. And then I had to restart the game and hopefully the bounds saved. So yeah, that's where I'm at today. See, being able to make that screen brighter or dimmer is very nice. But we can also go nighttime. And using nighttime will actually allow us to do that. which don't need super bright. Okay, all that works. Comms work. In fact, let's take that and move you down there. Now get rid of that. Get rid of that. Pitot heat on. Fuel pump on. Clear. Safety cover over. Volume 30. Pause music. Next track. Let me check something. I have no GPS. I have no GPS. Great. Be using little nav map to do my navigation day, I think. Oh, we've played it every now and then. Just try to mix it up a little bit. Picking up. I'm at that weird... Hold on. Let me guess, the thing still has a bunch of weight in the back. Why does this thing feel so damn heavy? Oh, damn it. Got that bug where the audio cuts out. Game, please stop doing that. I have like 800 pounds of passengers in the back of this thing, according to this. I'm just like, why do I feel extremely rear heavy? There we go. Now we're not rear heavy anymore. Let me do another sanity check on those controls. Throttling down. Again, why is any of this stuff changed? That is such a weird bug to see all these things tweaked. Every single one is changed. All three of them were the same, too. There has to be some kind of corrupted file. And Pigeon, what's up? Hope you're doing well today. Jellyfish Nexus, good morning. So I am streaming on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so I'll be talking to people on both channels. Alright, picking back up. Let's do this. Hey, we have some cows. Little boop on the ground. That's what skids are for, right? Try not to hit the rotor on the tree. Alright, for me to re-intercept my course, I need to turn to the right here. Might need to tweak my position a little bit. Okay. Just trying to remember where I was in relation to the dashboard in the real aircraft. My eyes were level with that window frame there. So yeah, those new to my channel, I have flown this type of helicopter in real life. So that's the reason why I'm flying it in the sim too. Getting a lot of loading judder though. Hey, there's sheep down there. All right. Next airport is right there. Carlton Moore Airfield. What's my type rating IRL? Type, I mean, rotorcraft essentially. Got private, commercial, and instrument for rotorcraft. I'm licensed to fly Robinson R44s because of their special rotor system, but all right, here's a little airstrip. Looks like a little farming airstrip. How fast? Most single rotor helicopters are limited to about 125, 130-ish knots. So might as well turn my landing light on. Some specific helicopters, yeah, there are specific per airframe, but it's more of, how do I say this? Pause music. It's more a, if you have a if you have the rotorcraft certificate, you can technically fly every kind of helicopter, but you do need extra training when you're dealing with coaxial helicopters like a Chinook or intermeshed dual rotor helicopters like and I've gotten completely blank on what the thing was called. The K-Max. Robinsons have a teetering rotor system, which you can never go into negative G's with a Robinson because you get something that's called mast bumping. Essentially, let me see if I can do this now. Mast bumping is where if you get under really low G load and there's no load holding the body underneath it, when you give an input, the rotor will move separately from the helicopter, and under extreme low G ratings in a Robinson, it'll tilt and snap off and then you die. Right? They found out about mast bumping around the time the Vietnam War was going on, and they got a specialist that was like, this helicopter keeps killing people because this thing happens. The guy literally went out there, they had cameras on him, he did it, it snapped off, killed the guy. And it's like, damn, you know? So yeah, we tried to like this helicopter, the rotor is the mast itself is a completely different design, which is why I can do barrel rolls with it. But yeah, Robinson, that roll that I did earlier, you wouldn't even dream attempting that. With a Robinson, if it's windy, you don't go up and then dump the collective and then dip down. Like that parabola you do is essentially a 0 G condition. Like you don't do that. Now, airliners also just have the complexity of just all the stuff, right? A helicopter is relatively simple compared to an airliner. You're not dealing with 4 engines and all that crap, and yeah, and traveling at like 0.93 Mach. All right, picking back up again. We are now heading, no, still continuing southeast. Pause music. And yeah, even in real life, I'm using all the windows to look outside to figure out what I'm doing when I make my turn. Do a backflip. Need a little bit of altitude for that. Where's my mic? Volume 40. Still feel a little bit too high. That works. What's the seat chair I'm using? I am using a SimFab flight cockpit right now. Echo Golf Motel Yankee EGMY. Need a motion rig? Oh yeah, if I could afford one. That would be extremely fun. Alright, so this looks like a World War II base that's been reused for something else. I take that back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. They turn this part of the airfield into a racing course. Just a lot of back and forth chicanes. Oh, they added a big chicane up over here. Okay. Interesting. That's a good way to repurpose an old airfield. Kind of wish that they had done some kind of loop going into the inside, but that probably would have required more concrete. Looks like a karting track. You can see the cones out. Huh. And then they still do have an airstrip over here, which probably the local farmers use. This is still the airfield. Does the seat slide back and forth? It does. It's just... Are you talking about my real seat? Yeah, it does. But the real helicopter, yeah, the seat has a little bit of forward and back motion as well. Volume 30. Alright, where to next? Pretty much directly south. Oh god, this song. Music video on it, the animators on it are insane. Can I fly planes? Legally, in real life, no. I am a helicopter pilot, but, I mean, I've flown airplanes in the sim, but because I'm doing an around-the-world flight, I've been only flying helicopters. All right. Yeah, I've actually got two SimFab cockpits. One for my flight sim stuff that I'm using now. And then I actually also have a second one, which is for my racing sim things, which I haven't done any racing simming in a while. I need to. Alright, where are we going to now? What is the worst heli in the game? I mean, there's some older helicopters, like 1950s, 60s era, which they weren't as powerful as the newer ones. Alright, we're looking for another airstrip here in front of us. Yeah, it isn't War Thunder. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I'm flying over the airstrip right now. Whatever this grass is below me. So also, for those new to my stream, because I'm doing this around the world flight, other thing that I've been doing is once I reached England, I have been landing at every single airstrip in England, or the UK, I should clarify. So if it looks like I'm just bouncing around from place to place and randomly landing on the ground, my goal is to try to land at every airstrip in Europe. We're just working on the UK right now. Let's see. Okay, so got that one. And we're off. Use an old heli? No, I'm using a helicopter that I've actually flown in real life. I'm not just randomly jumping around to different stuff. This is to kind of show, like, if I can get a sponsor that would get me one of these helicopters for real life, I could actually do what I'm doing right now. Got some more cows down here. Run away, cow, run away. Ooh, that's a tree. Let's get away from that. Alright. Game time?
8:26.
All right. Beautiful morning in England. Front flip? No, not doing that. You can do a back flip safely, not a front flip. Got a bunch of solar panels down there. Now, Taton Hill is a helicopter pad. Must be further out than just that. I'm a little bit annoyed that my GPS isn't working. At least it isn't super low visibility or the wind we were having the last few flights we've been doing in England. Oh, cell phone tower. I was trying to figure out what kind of tower that was over there. Alright, this was like a slightly larger airfield. If you did a front flip in a flight sim, it wasn't that good of a flight sim. The problem with doing a front flip in a helicopter is the tail rotor. Weird shit happens when it's the part being swung around like crazy. Alright, we're actually going to stop and get some fuel. Where is the fuel Bowser? This looks like a bunch of hangars. Let's go over here. Where is the fuel? Where is Raxla?
It is in your heart.
I still have that command set up. There's the fuel. Why is that not working now? Oh, and now suddenly it wants to work again. Weird. Alright, so let's get some fuel. Completely top off the tank. That little pinkish purple box right there is my fuel level. So when we load it up to max, boop, and it's up to full now. Next track. It's playing a bunch of Final Fantasy music. What? I play a lot of Elite Dangerous. It's a flight, space flight simulator kind of thing. Raxla is like a mysterious world. Nobody knows where it is. It's like a mystery in the game. It's a running joke on the channel. Alright, back up to flight. Still heading south. Time.
2:32.
Game time.
8:32.
So it's 2:32 a.m. for me, real life, but it's 8:32 where I am in the world. Okay, good to go. Picking up. Okay, and heading south. Pappies are changing color on me. See bird poop on the window? Yeah, flying down low, you get a lot of little bug splatters. Before the last patch, that bug splatter thing wasn't working, and now it is. Now I'm getting bug guts on everything. Alright. I just realized I need to go and I need to check and see if there's a keybind that I can set to clean the windshield off. That would actually be something to check. No, they don't. Interesting. How do the heli physics compare to other games? It does seem to be per aircraft. Some helicopters are better than the others. So it's going to be very dependent on who made the aircraft. I'm not entirely convinced that any of the helicopters have gyroscopic precession modeled in right now. Because I'm never fighting the gyroscopic precession forces. I see a really tall tower right there. Another one over there. So, gotta be on the lookout. If there's another tower over here, I just can't see it because the sun's completely blinding. Oh yeah, because I'm in England right now, I do plan on making my way all the way down to Australia, but we're talking about months, possible years before I even remotely get there. It is a ways away. Alright, so we have two airstrips right next to each other. Yep, both farming airstrips. Okay, yeah. I don't know why the aircraft are parked on the actual airstrip, but okay. Yeah, they've got the information for that airport messed up. A frickin' tree in the middle of the airport. Really curious about what's the way the terrain is. They come by and they do like scanning of the terrain. Just wonder what made it in that shape. No, that's technically a road. This is the airstrip here. Looks like somebody was getting ready to take off when the satellite image was taken. Alright, got those two. Next one is southwest. Shoot. Hold on one moment. Have a puppy dog with you, nice. This is labeled as an airport. I don't see where. It looks like a development area in development. Has a little strip of grass over here that I guess that's the airstrip. I mean, it would make sense if it's just like farming plains. I mean, I guess it makes sense here. Yeah, a lot of dogs have the weird eyes that kind of look different directions sometimes. Dog eyes are weird like that. Okay, so if you look at my map, I have other aircraft flying around, but I'm not seeing their names anywhere. Which, I'm hitting the button to toggle their view on and off, but I'm not seeing anything. So they must be too far away from me. Must be airliners, because they are moving quite quick. I call that at you for you system. One eye's looking at you, the other eye's looking for you. Oh God. Wow. I have no idea why YouTube deleted those messages. Alright, where am I going to now? We're heading north again. Probably to... up this way? Picking up. All right. All right, I do see a turbine in front of us, so gotta stay clear of that. All right, so what? We're probably going to Echo Golf Romeo Golf, EGRG. That's the only airport on this route right now. Clear the turbine. Would you recommend a helicopter maintenance AFSC if you want to become a rotary pilot civilian side? Picking something... Okay, so... Okay, let me pause real quick. Pause music. Okay, so here's the deal, is you used AFSC, so Air Force Specialty Code. My AFSC when I was in the Air Force was 2A7X3, Aircraft Structural Maintenance, okay? I dealt with essentially anything structural on the aircraft, meaning sheet metal, composites. We also did tubing and what was referred to as corrosion control, which is essentially paint shop. That was my career field. My career field, several people in my career field did, while they were went out and got the certifications to also do power plant and hydraulics and all the other stuff that is required to do helicopter maintenance in the civilian side. And the reason why that was a thing was that way when they got out of the military, they were able to go right into the civilian sector and have all the ratings to be able to work on that. The Air Force, because structural maintenance was its own AFSC, you weren't able to do power plant stuff if you never had the certification, right? Now, if you're planning on wanting to fly and also work on the aircraft at the same time, then yeah, that would be worth it. You get both certifications. You can fly the aircraft and you can do the maintenance on it. You kind of become a package deal and all that kind of stuff. So, Cybo, thank you for that, dude. I just still maintaining, man. It's just, yeah, it's just really tough. Sorry, I'm now trying to. My thing has now moved on me. Hold on one moment. All right, back to the game. But yeah, AFSCs tend to be like focused on stuff. Metals technology is like welding and machining, if that's something that you're interested in. NDI, or non-destructive inspection, is using like eddy currents and x-rays to x-ray parts and stuff like that. Understand that in my shop, we were part of the fabrication squadron, and the fabrication squadron, the problem with maintenance in the Air Force, again, understand that I retired in 2013, so I have been out for over a decade now. Things might have changed, but at the same time, I doubt it has. If you are going to be doing maintenance, expect long days. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but that's just how it is. Like, when I was in, a 12 to 14 hour day was normal. And there were days where I was at work for 18 plus hours. I mean, you go home, take a shower, eat something, go to sleep, wake up, rinse, repeat, do it again, right? It, like, I was in for a decade, and yeah, my problem is I broke my back. I had a couple types of cancer. I wouldn't want to do it again just because of how much pain I'm in now. But at the same time, all those things that happen to me while I'm in allows me to kind of do what I'm doing right now, because I am 100% disabled with the issue with my back, the nerve problems in my legs, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of a good, bad kind of stuff. I don't wish cancer on anybody, but because I had a couple of them and I had to do chemotherapy and a bunch of stuff, I have some really nasty scars, and I have some issues where I can't exactly, like, I struggle severely to do anything like sit-up exercise-wise. So it's just, again, good and bad. I take advantage of the stuff now because I'm able to. But yeah. Dabbled in Final Fantasy. My worry is I will lose time and space. Yeah, Final Fantasy, the nice thing with Final Fantasy 14 is that it will still be there, right? You can sit there and do a little bit, like set aside a couple hours, go do some story stuff, and then end. It'll be there the next time. Like, you don't have to do it all at once. Be very, very cautious with doing everything at once. Enjoy the game. You don't have to rush everything. But let's get back to the flight. I wonder if the game lets me get out of the helicopter and clean the window. Because that would be a nice feature. What's my favorite thing about the helicopter flying? Helicopter flying, to me, is like being in charge of your own roller coaster. Okay? In a roller coaster, you have no control. You sit in a cart, it goes up, it goes down, it turns, all this kind of stuff. A helicopter, you have full control. If I want to go down, I can go down. If I want to skim the ground, I can do that. There's a tree, let's go over the tree. Up and over, back down again. Right? I've got I'm my own roller coaster. that I have full control over. Right? So, that to me is the coolest thing. The other things I really like about helicopters is helicopters are kind of like a flying work vehicle. You don't fly helicopters to efficiently go from point A to point B. Helicopters are working vehicles. They're usually doing something. The only time where you're using them to fly people around are usually for people that have a lot of money, and they're usually taken from like the airport to some place special or something. Other than that, you can do tourism things. You can, again, low and slow, looking at like Grand Canyon. So, Final Fantasy versus Guild Wars 2. I actually picked up Guild Wars 2 for the first time in years a couple months ago. I am currently in Chapter 8 of Path of Fire. So, I'm nowhere near their current thing, but I have been enjoying it. But I'm one of those people that I have so many games to play, and I need to go back and play some more Guild Wars 2 again at some point. Speak with so much discipline. The game's incredible. 5 minutes in the game is 2 hours in real time. It feels like that sometimes, yeah. Like, time will vanish when you're playing a game that's fun. Picking a helicopter AFSC. Well, I mean, again, in the Air Force, you're not going to be helicopter only. Again, if you pick something, you might not ever touch a helicopter your entire career, right? Yeah, you'd have to pick an AFSC that is very helicopter specific, whether it be like a crew chief on a specific model of helicopter. I just realized we're flying towards a dam. Crew chiefs are like, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe what a crew chief does. They're responsible for the aircraft. They're the ones that like will contact all the other companies to, or not companies, the other disciplines to fix specific things. But a lot of times crew chiefs are doing like, you know, engine removals, put the engines back in, changing fluids. Crew chief is one of the messiest jobs. Play BeamMG? Nah, I'm doing this today. As I said, I play a bunch of different games, but today the game I'm playing is going to be Flight Sim. Yeah, I would highly recommend talking about Final Fantasy again. Take care of your real life first. Don't let the video game, no matter how fun it is, cause you to have problems in real life, please. If you've got to do homework, do the homework first. Or, if you want to gamify it, let's say you've got math homework, right? And you've got 20 questions. 20 questions of math homework. Go in, do a dungeon. When you're done with that dungeon, answer 5 questions. Go do another dungeon. When you're done, do another 5 more questions. Like, gamify it a little bit. Where am I today? I am in the UK. The specific town, I'm not exactly sure. I'm landing currently at Abbots Bromley Airfield, which is a little farmer airfield. Give me 1 second, I'll try to find Oh, hey, Muppet. Look down past my nose when I see a cat. Let me see which towns are closest to me. I am currently just north of Birmingham. So going to a lot of local farmer airfields in and around Birmingham. Mispronouncing that again. All right. I'm really curious what this thing is going right through the middle of the dam, or the reservoir. Is there a bridge going right through it, or what? Or do they have like a... Oh, they just... It's literally just another separator. They have water going through. Interesting. Huh. Okay. With another bridge. Usually don't see a reservoir cut in half like that. Skim the lake. Problem with the water in this game is that it's too smooth. Water's never this flat. There's always some wind or something going on. All right. Back on course. Next track. Oh, Final Fantasy song again. Sadly, I can't get music going to YouTube because YouTube would mute my VOD, but... This is one of the boss fights in Final Fantasy XIV. Can I do an auto-rotation landing? I can. Let me find the next airfield and I'll do an auto-rotative landing to it. We're a ways away. So, old World War II airstrip over there. But it's all torn up now. God, they had so many airstrips back in the day. And of course, we're heading directly into the wind now. It's only 2 knots, but the wind is coming directly at us. Couple wind turbines down low. Cruising at about 130 knots. Again, I would absolutely love if I actually had a working GPS unit, but there seems to be a bug where that is not working at all. Damn it. That sucks. Alright, so the next catch is I need to identify where the airfield is. These little things, they've got 5 letters, so those are helicopter landing pads. We're not landing on those, we're going to the actual airfields themselves. Where are you? Seifert Airfield. Now again, in real life, you would usually see the beacon light flashing at the airport really far away. Even during the day, you can see that damn light. They're bright. Now, looking over here, I can see some landing lights for the runway over at that airstrip over there. The human eye can catch motion really well. Yeah, it's a mixture of satellite imagery. Some of the larger cities, they fly specially equipped aircraft low and slow over them, back and forth, scanning kind of like in a fan pattern below it and getting height map data. I can look down there and see the cattle and or sheep. All right, where is our airstrip? Oh, we're literally flying over it right now. Okay, so this is a glider airfield. Pause music. All right, so simulating engine failure in 3, 2, 1, engine off. And we are in auto-rotative descent. We should not have all the sound cut out. For some reason, we've now lost power completely. A lot of times it is just efficient to come down and go in for a run on landing. Engine back on. Or wait for it to start back up. Yeah, so when an airplane loses engine power, about every 25 feet it flies forward, it loses 1 foot of altitude. A helicopter is every 5 feet it flies forward, it loses 1 foot of altitude. So an airplane is like gliding like this, while a helicopter is gliding like this. Like, we go down pretty quick. We can still glide, but our range is limited. Alright, picking back up. And we are heading south. After we look at this airstrip, because it looks kind of weird from the air. We've got this row of bushes here. In the event of engine failure, how do you maintain control? Oh no, there is flight surfaces. Helicopters still have flight surfaces. So, let's see if I can try to explain this. So for me to do this, let's turn that off. engine off, and pull the rotor brake. So, aircraft is now turned off. Try cleaning the window? I need to try, yeah. Let's see if I can do this now. So get out of the helicopter. So the rotor is the flight control surface, okay? You see all these linkages and everything? This is the part that's a little bit irritating because I can't move the controls from outside the aircraft, sadly. Oh, nope. Close you. Didn't need to open you up. Let me try something. Okay. So the collective lever works. Okay. Let me go grab a different set of controls real quick and see if I can do some cheating to get the camera where I need it to be. One moment. Oh no, we already got it shut down. This is easy to do. I just got to grab the controls to actually do it. All right, so we're back in. Center the view. Turn these controls on while holding them in front of me. Hopefully it sees where they are. Yes, no, maybe. Oh, no, they're not going to work. Shit. Sorry, these aren't going to work because I'm not running through Steam VR. Frack. Frack, 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 frack. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay. That is the main rotor. When I pull the collective, watch how this works. It's kind of hard to see because everything's moving so damn slow. But essentially, you have a series of linkages, and the rotor, depending on where the blade is in its sweep, you can have different section of the rotor. The rotor is at a higher angle of attack than other sections. As the rotor's going around, they will literally be going more angle of attack, then we'll go down, less angle of attack, and then go back up every rotation. Like they're constantly moving, right? And in doing so, you can make the rotor produce more or less lift on each side. So you can make the back produce more lift than the front, which causes the entire rotor to tip forward. If I make it produce more lift on this side, that more lift, it raises that up, right? The collective is the bit that it collectively increases and decreases the angle of attack along its entire thing. The cyclic is what changes that angle of attack in its rotation. So if I take the cyclic and move it forward, it will make more lift in the back, causing the helicopter to lean forward, right? That shit's happening like all the time. It's insane. In fact, here, hold on a minute. Let me show you guys a video that you're going to see this video and you're going to be like, oh my God, because if you've never flown on a helicopter before, this video might make you never want to. But trust me when I say that it's designed to bend, not break. It'll make more sense here in a moment. Where is this video? Okay. So somebody put a GoPro on a helicopter rotor and then activated it. No. If you lose power, all that means is that now the engine isn't connected to it. Your controls are still connected to it just fine. Yep. Cables, pulleys, push rods, push-pull rods. I mean, most helicopters tend to be cable and or push rod with hydraulic assistance. I mean, you see the rotor, it's just going up and down constantly, right? If I rewind, okay? So I'm going to just go frame by frame, okay? You can literally see right there, that's the tail of the helicopter. Okay? That's the tail of the helicopter. So we turn 90 degrees. See how now we're kind of, the blade is kind of level with the horizon? Keep going. Now the blade's as low as it gets. You can actually see the nose of the helicopter right there. So now that's the lowest it's going to be. Still level with the horizon. And above the horizon, right? I'm sorry, that was... Angle is not parallel to the thing because we're, again, the entire rotor is tilted forward, right? And there's the tail again. So like that's one rotation. Like it's moving a lot. People don't realize, and all the blades are doing this at the same time. Is the reason why people say flying a helo is more difficult than flying fixed wing due to the odd flight surfaces? Flying a helicopter is difficult because it is an unstable aircraft just because of the way it's designed, and you have to learn the nuances because it's like learning how to stand on a basketball, right? The helicopter's trying to do something, and if you don't know what you're doing, you will wreck yourself and kill everybody on board. Like, helicopters are not like... They don't fly like Grand Theft Auto makes people think they are. They're a very, very unstable craft. There's so many things happening at once, okay? Just to kind of put into perspective on some of the things that you get trained for is... Right now, I'm sitting here... Helicopter sitting on the ground. You see how the blades are drooping? They're drooping because of gravity, right? They're all attached in the middle, and gravity's causing them to sag. Well, when I start the helicopter up, the centrifugal force, centripetal force, causes the blades to go out, so they don't droop anymore, right? They're going out. But when you start adding collective and adding that angle of attack to it, the tips of the blades actually go up. It's called coning because it creates the rotor's essentially making a big cone. It's a very shallow cone, but it is still a cone. And that coning is part of the reason why you get a little bit of stability, right? Because now, if you've got a cone of rotor blades, right, this blade has a vector of this way, and this blade has a vector of this way, and they go towards each other. So there's a center point that the center of lift is, right? But then you're trying to get that center of lift balanced with the center of gravity, and there's a whole bunch of weird shit with that, right? That's an example of one of the things that you learn when you're learning to fly helicopters. In fact, here, hold on a minute. Let me pull up another really good website. Because I'm pretty sure that there's people here that are interested in this kind of shit. FAA Helicopter Flying Handbook. Helicopter Flying Handbook, Federal Aviation Administration. 170.8 megabytes download if you want to download it. So if you go here, you can download the actual Helicopter Flying Handbook. There's so many things that you can download from the Federal Aviation Administration website that I've got in actual book format, right? But if you're interested in helicopter stuff, this shit's awesome. Okay? This is the same file that you would be getting. I think it's still loading. I think it's still loading. One moment. Why is that? Okay, there. I was like, why is it not scrolling? Okay, so the newest one that they have on their website was updated 2019. Preface, acknowledgements, table of contents, and they go into detail. Okay? What is the definition of a helicopter? Helicopter is an aircraft that is lifted and propelled by one or more horizontal rotors. Blah, blah, blah. And they go into the history. Everything. Okay, the turbine age in 1951. All that kind of stuff. Hey, look at this helicopter. Doesn't that look familiar? It's essentially the same helicopter we're flying in the game today. Tandem rotor configurations, coaxial rotors, that's the rotor on top of a rotor. See coaxial right there. Here's a Husky with intermeshing rotors. It's two rotors and they go inside their plane of rotation, so the blades just barely missing each other all the time. This one does not have a tail rotor because it doesn't need it. Because the tail rotor is an anti-torque rotor. It uses anti-torque to get rid of the torque produced by one single rotor. Well, if you have two different rotors, both going in different directions, both missing each other as they spin, you know. And in fact, talking about that too, let me find another video. So this is a helicopter that I have never flown, but it is one of the coolest helicopters in the world. It's called a K-Max. They are designed on purpose to be a super heavy lift helicopter. And as you can see, it's got two rotors and they intermesh. This helicopter, it is safe to approach it from the front or the rear. You do not approach this helicopter from the sides. Also, I apologize, that is extremely loud. But you can see how the blades are just missing each other. Right? They intermesh just like that. And they're geared together to the point where they will never hit each other. The Chinook has the same kind of thing with its front and rear rotors. It has enough motion where the disc from one can enter the disc rotation of the other, but they're geared where it won't. I've got some other interesting facts about this helicopter that I'll talk about here in a moment. But this thing is a one-person helicopter, so there is no training variant of it. The first time you ever fly this helicopter will be the first time. Like, you don't get trained in this. What is the benefit of these rotors? You have 2 of them, so you produce double the lift compared to a one-rotor helicopter. This thing's designed to be a heavy lift platform. And when you see it from the side, you'll understand. Notice how thin it is, okay? The pilot can look out both sides and look down on either side super easy, okay? It looks like a flounder. It's an ugly aircraft, but it can lift really heavy shit because it has essentially double the lift capacity. What are the chances of the rotor colliding? The last K-Max was built in 1974, I believe, and I don't think any of them have ever crashed because of the rotor colliding. That thing is primarily an engine, a big-ass fuel tank to last for a while, and just a lot of lifting force because of the dual rotors. Like, they're pretty crazy aircraft. See, and it even has on the side, warning, approach from front. Because the rotors are angled so much, the tips of the blades are relatively low on the sides. That's why approaching from the front or rear is safe on it, and not the side. Again, nobody should be approaching it because it's a one-person helicopter. The only person approaching it should be the pilot getting into it, right? A French Dijon helicopter? Hold on, see, now I'm really curious about that. How does that work? Because you have to have something to reduce the anti-torque. Hold on. Dijon helicopter. Oh, that's because, okay, yeah. So the Jin helicopter doesn't have an engine spinning the blades, okay? They have little rockets on the tips of the rotor blades. So what happens is there is probably a fuel line going up through the mass of the rotor, and then the fuel line splits and then gets fed to the little rocket motors on each wingtip of this rotor. So the rotor isn't producing torque, right? It's self-propelled, so it doesn't need a tail rotor. Yeah. I was like, how does that work because it's the torque of the engine torquing the rotor that causes the body to go the other way. If you actually put the engines on the rotors itself, you don't get torque. That's interesting. Do they do... wait, is it the fuel or is it the exhaust from it? Comanche? The Comanche it was a stealth aircraft. It still had a tail rotor, but it was called a... just the exhaust. Okay. The Comanche had what was called a... Finistrum? Hold on. One moment. If we go back to the helicopter flying handbook, and actually to talk about another thing too, the K-Max, being that it is a one-person helicopter, you get trained on one of these with 2 people to learn the nuances of a double finistron. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Again, this is just showing different parts. Seeing how the cyclic does things to move the linkages that moves the swash plate. Right? Collective with a motorcycle throttle a lot of times. Controls that. Again, that part of the flying handbook is like the basics. Here they're talking about the blade area, the profile. You can see how this is greatly exaggerated, but you see how it's you have the lifting component, you have the propulsion force, and then the total rotor thrust and everything. Talking about Bernoulli's principle. Hopefully you were taught that in school. Induced drag. Yeah. As I said, there's a lot of, like, you see these, induced flow, all that kind of thing. We'll be able to show you that in the sim in a moment. The vortices you get at the wing tips, the rotor tips. See what I'm talking about with coning? Adding lift causes the tips to lift up and you get a coning effect. Again, if you want to, again, this PDF is available for free on the Federal Aviation Administration website. Like, it's tons of reading material. And, of course, on Twitch, now the ads are playing. Damn it. Trying to find that thing with the tail rotor types. What a tail rotor is doing in an auto rotation. Systems. Yeah, here we go. All right, you know what? The ads are playing. I'm going to take advantage of that and go use the bathroom. So I will be right back, guys. Well, that's good. Just drop the controller. Okay. And the ads finish in 25 seconds. Would it be possible to build an ornithopter from Dune that imitates a dragonfly, and would you be able to fly it? I believe right now the an Amnesiac. Thank you very much for the Ko-Fi coffee, the coffee subscription. Thank you very much for that, dude. Appreciate it. See if I can try to answer this ornithopter question deal. The problem with an ornithopter is they've built ornithopters that kind of work in the remote control airplane scale to do something that is large enough to carry a person. However, shit's moving so fast with so much force on it that we don't exactly have the materials that can withstand it. That's the problem. It's material properties. And for some reason, my PC has disconnected. Bear with me one moment. What is going on? There we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, it's primarily just we don't have the fancy sci-fi materials to be able to do it. Oh shit. Nope, that stays forward. Okay, good. Bell 47. I've never flown one of those in real life. All right. Make sure all my shit's still working. Good, 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 good. And clear. All right, start this thing back up. Am I totally burned out on Elite? My problem that I have with Elite right now is the stuff they've been doing has just been very samey. And when you have one of the community managers actively telling me to stop playing the game, that kind of bums me out of it. So because of that, yeah, not really. Like, I'll play it every now and then, but when you actually have the people that work at the studio not wanting you to play their game, kind of annoying. New ships are one thing, but I'm waiting for them to add new features is the catch, and they haven't really been doing that. It's just very stagnant. What happened if the rotor stopped spinning midair? Usually you fall out of the sky and die. It's no good. I'm watching this right here. Letting it get up. Let the rotor speed stabilize. Right there. And we're good to go. Picking up. Interesting, even with the aircraft off, I was burning fuel. I know that's a bug, but that's an annoying bug. Next track. Whoa, that tree popped out of nowhere. Oh yeah, I didn't clean the window, did I? Shit. Next airport. It's about 6 miles away. Volume 40. But they're not able to handle criticism? I don't know. Do they have a beef with me? I don't know. Like, you guys know me, like, this is broken with the game, I submit a bug report. And then maybe you don't need to play it so much. Maybe you should just stop playing our game. And I'm like, okay, and that kind of killed my enjoyment of it. When you have the community managers literally tell me to stop playing the game. sock rolled up really weird on my foot right there. Okay, that's better. Got a bunch of animals down in the thing. Echo Golf X-Ray Quebec. Let me get back down again and try cleaning the windshield. I don't know if the game allows it or not. Nah, it doesn't look like I can... Yeah, it definitely needs a way to clean it. Because in real life, you would come down and you'd have a little thing to... I mean, a lot of times we keep like a bag underneath the back seat, or hell, even in there, or even in here, that we'd have like a spray bottle and an extendable handle squeegee thing to clean our windows off. So definitely needs to be done. Plane near me? I think there was some gliders behind me. Maybe not. I don't see any. Challenge League has a Heli Landy challenge. Interested. The problem with the Heli Landy challenge is that it's not a challenge. The people that are making big scores on it, they're all using the helicopter flight aids. Which the only thing to do to win that is have patience. Go really slow. It's not actual a challenge until they get rid of people using aids to do them. Pigeon, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in today. When somebody that flies helicopters in real life and the highest user score is maybe 1.2, 1.3 million, and you're being beaten by people that are using game aids that are getting 1.8 million because they're doing everything perfectly, and they're touching down slower than a feather can fall, like, there's a problem. Again, the thing, it's supposed to be a challenge. What's the challenge of having the computer do everything for you? Blub, I'm a fishy. Thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Woke up somewhere in Alabama? Nice. Did I get the VR and EFB zoom in and out working? Sadly not. You can try to use the control, but there is no zoom in and out. The only way to get the zoom in to work on the EFB is to grab your mouse and use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out. So, sadly not. Hopefully they, what is the flight path today? There is no flight path. Today's flight path is gotta collect them all. I'm landing at all the airports in the UK. I have a route that I made using little nav map, and I'm just still following the last one I made. So, that's essentially where we are. And I believe this is the town of Birmingham. So, if you see me do this, yeah, like that, I'm looking past my nose at one of the screens that I have on my flight cockpit to be able to see little nav map and where I am. Very, very south. Yeah, I'm doing this kind of thing where I'm just going back and forth across the country. Got a quarry over there. I just realized I don't have the... Shit. My camera. Sorry, I had to get a stick to push a button. So you can kind of see now, I've got a screen right here that I've got a map on, and over here I've got chat set up. That's not the land if I'm in Birmingham. Okay. Try to remember that. I'm guessing Birmingham's got that kind of reputation. can't get the mouse and the controller to work at the same time? Interesting. I never touched that and mine works fine. So I don't know. Yeah, the stream streaks are weird. And it's annoying because sometimes they don't even let people know that the stream's happening. Which is super irritating. I changed the bot on my Discord. It should be a lot more stable in letting people know when I go live. I'm thinking about doing the monthly fee. It's like $2 a month, but I can actually set up other people that stream and it will let people know when they go live too. So, might have to set that up. Pimax. I don't know, my volume 10. My annoyance with Pimax is that they're one of those companies that if you buy one of their headsets, good luck because they've already moved on to the next iteration and they don't support it anymore. Like I swear they push out headsets so much that there's no support, and that's what sucks about them. Be able to tweak your own shit, essentially. Be technical savvy so you can try to fix things. I mean, some of them are good, nice hardware, but God, the support is horrendous. Airstrip here. Been trying to like make the touchdown super smooth. Next track. Volume 40. Ah, okay. I was like, where's the music? Got a big old tower in front of us, though. So, let's go see if we can land on top of it. Oh, what game is this song from? This sounds super familiar. Is this Starbound by chance? Or am I thinking about something else? See? That blinking red light that's on the top of it is super weak. Usually those things are super bright. Oh, yep, okay. Yeah, so that ground effect bug, see what just happened? We put the point where the ground effect activates right where that thing is, and you saw how quickly it twisted the helicopter. Next track. I don't know what that song is. Supposed to be like a video game playlist, but this sounds very Final Fantasy VII-ish. Thank God I retired, or there'd be a virtual me having to climb the tower to replace and repair the lamp. I didn't hit anything. It's untouched. Oh, it's definitely a Final Fantasy VII song. Very orchestral, though. It's marked as in progress? Yeah. Did you see who made that bug report? Hint, it's me. The annoying part with that bug is that it was fixed in 2020. So hopefully they can, now that people are back from the Christmas holiday and New Year's, hopefully they can look at the other, at how they fixed it in 2020 and somehow port that code over. Alright, so this next place is not an airfield, but we actually have a football stadium. So who is this? Austin Villa Football Club. Or am I mispronouncing it? Is it Villa? Austin Villa? Villa? I don't know. I don't believe they have trees growing in the middle of their field. I'm hearing some Mass Effect 3 music now. You are not supposed to be there. Alright, where to next? We are heading southeast. Have Ryanair in front of us. Saw the aircraft. I didn't see its lights. Okay, I wasn't expecting to have a chiptune version of Smooth Criminal. Game time?
9:59.
Cool. So the in-game clock is accurate to whatever time zone you're in. That's good to know too. What am I doing? I have been doing it's a ongoing series of streams, but I'm flying a helicopter around the planet. I kind of changed what I was doing specifically when I got to the UK. I'm landing at all the airports in the UK. Traffic is saying there's an aircraft above me. I just don't see it. Alright, we are landing here. But yeah, I've been just bouncing around and just landing at all the different airports. How long is that going to take? Oh, months, years. As I said, it's an ongoing thing. Alright, we do need fuel though. Where are their fuel Bowsers here? I see a fuel truck down there. There they are. Pause music. Okay, going to idle. Simulate getting some fuel for this thing. Aircraft. Oh, 160. Load an aircraft. So again, right now we're at half a tank of fuel. And now we're full of fuel. Alright, cool. How does ATC work in helicopters? The same as jets and airliners and turboprops, or is it different? I mean, ATC is ATC, right? The only difference is that helicopters have this amazing ability to, you know, stop and hover and everything. So because of that, we are technically the most maneuverable aircraft in the sky. A lot of times, ATC will just route us. We won't even land at the runway. Like, we end up landing on taxiways or directly on the pads themselves. I've had a couple times where they routed us directly over a hangar just to land on the other side of the hangar. Like, we didn't even go to the damn taxiway. And a lot of times, too, like, when you're leaving a controlled airfield, if, like, you let them know that you're a helicopter and everything, and they'll get you routed to get out of the airspace, and a lot of times they'll end it with a phrase, and that phrase my brain remembers: at own risk. And then you respond with the same thing. Yeah, helicopter blah blah blah. In this case, where's my control there? Helicopter Golf Foxtrot India India Yankee understands at own risk, and then let them know. Oh yeah, helicopters are fun. Okay, going up the plate RPM. And we are continuing southeast. So I'm watching this. It's going to lower. It's going to catch it. It's going to stabilize. And when it stabilizes, we're good to go. Good to go. Left. Now notice I just said clear left. I'm making sure that the place where I'm putting my tail rotor is clear, not the direction I'm going. There's a little bit of spinning wings on the end of it too that I gotta watch out for. Who's behind me? I'm guessing this side. Is it a gray cat? That would be Muppet. She wants food. Really big buildings here. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to. Sorry, guys. I saw a thing and I have to do it. This is actually a little bit larger than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more constrained, but whatever. Maybe this one? This one looks a little bit more difficult. But hey, if I crash the helicopter, I get one with maybe not bug guts all over the windscreen. That's better. Not backwards, not backwards. Well, I've got plenty of room in the back. Should pilot a news helicopter? Oh, that'd be awesome. Big triangle art piece out front. Next track. Alright, so this next place is about 10 nautical miles away. I can't use the mouse on that right now. So, volume 5. Helicopters are normally flying no more than 3,000 feet AGL, above ground level. A lot of times they're usually flying in that 500 to 1,000 foot range. Right now we're sitting at about 1,200 feet above the ground. So, this is like where helicopters live. How does it feel inside of a helicopter? Like, does it depend on where you are? Is there AC inside? Some helicopters have air conditioning. All helicopters have heat, but they do it in different methods. Talking about temperature, let me pause real quick and talk about something very interesting with temperatures. Pause music. I did all my flight training in the Utah desert, okay? So if you think about that, when you think of Utah, a lot of times you think of just, well, when I say the desert, the U.S. desert, you should get an image in your head. It was hot, okay? There were times where it was 120 Fahrenheit on the ground. 120 Fahrenheit to Celsius.
49.
Okay, so almost 50 Celsius. It was hot, okay? Here's where the crazy thing when it comes to aviation. And this is why in aviation you mix measurements being in feet and temperature being in Celsius. Okay? The planet Earth, its standard lapse rate, as in normal weather patterns, as long as there's not some weird shit going on like a hurricane or something. The standard lapse rate of the planet Earth is for every 1,000 feet you go up in altitude, the outside air temperature should drop 2.5 Celsius. Okay? So what that means is that you would sit there and it would be 120 Fahrenheit, 49 Celsius at ground temperature, say in St. George, Utah, which has a altitude of 2,000 feet. Okay? Well, if it's 49 degrees there, and we're flying, let's say, north to Cedar City, okay? Cedar City's at 7,000 feet. So if you're at 2,000 going to 7,000, that's 5,000 feet in altitude you're going up. No, wait, you have to go up to 8,000 feet because the airport is at 7,000. You guys still got to go up higher. So if you've got 6,000 feet in altitude difference, well, that's 2.5 Celsius per every 1,000 foot. So 2.5, 2.5 multiplied by 6, the temperature drops pretty damn quick. Like, it was one of those things, like you would put on your flight suit, and the flight suit would have long sleeves on it, right? And they, like, the instructor would warn us, like, prior. They're like, make sure you wear your flight suit, do the inspection with the flight suit unzipped, tied around your waist. But when you get in the helicopter, make sure you have the flight suit fully on. Because when you start going up in altitude, the temperature drops very quickly, and you will be uncomfortably cool the higher you go, right? And in fact, here, hold on, let me do a thing. Do a stupid little thing. Okay, so 2.5 degrees by 6. And if it was 49 degrees, it's now 34 at 8,000 feet. 34 Celsius to Fahrenheit.
93 degrees.
Like, the temperature's dropped a lot, right? But let's say it's 90 Fahrenheit on the ground. 90 Fahrenheit to Celsius?
32.
Oh, sorry, I'm being an idiot. 95 Fahrenheit to Celsius.
35.
35 minus 15 degrees. 20 Celsius to Fahrenheit.
68 degrees.
Like, that's starting to get into cool, right? Well, we also had mountains where I was, and those mountains went up to 14,000 feet. So, yeah, like it can get chilly. During wintertime, you'd have the doors on, and then the Robinsons, piston-powered helicopters, they do a thing where they have a exhaust pipe. And like the old Volkswagen Beetle had the same kind of system. Any air-cooled car has a system like this. They have an exhaust pipe, and they have a cylinder that's welded around the exhaust pipe, and then that cylinder has a hole going into it and a hole coming out of it. And they have a fan blowing through it, and that air blows over the hot exhaust, and it transfers heat to the air, and that heat is what heats the cabin. That's why a lot of air-cooled motors and you're using the air that is going around the exhaust pipe, you usually want to have a carbon monoxide detector in the vehicle, whether it be a helicopter or a car or whatever, in case the welds around the exhaust pipe start to leak and now you're just pumping exhaust directly into your car. Like that's a bad thing. With the helicopter that I'm flying right now, it is a turbine motor. So, and this happens on commercial jets that also use turbine motors. They have a system called bleed air. Okay. Now, I personally have not used a can of compressed air in years. I've got a little electronic kind of air blower thing, but I'm pretty sure that everyone here at one time has messed with a can of compressed air. And you guys know that when you start spraying that can of compressed air, its temperature drops like crazy, right? It will get cold to the point where if there's moisture in the air, it will freeze to the outside of the can and you'll actually start getting ice, right? Well, that is one of those weird thing with thermodynamics, is that if you have something that's compressed a lot and it's stabilized its temperature, when it's released, as it expands, it absorbs energy, thus making things cool, right? And that's essentially how commercial aircraft, and in this case, a helicopter, essentially have an air conditioning system. They have a thing that will go in the turbine, it compresses the air, and it literally and this is why they call it bleed air. It bleeds a portion of that compressed air, so it doesn't go through the rest of the motor. It goes to the cabin. And if it's going to be used for air conditioning, it then goes through essentially a radiator, and that heat is dissipated. This is still outside the cabin. And now that the air is stabilized, it comes into the cabin and is released, and it essentially absorbs energy, and it will drastically cool off the people inside the helicopter. So you can have it cranked during, if you're flying in the summer down low and everything, right? If instead you want heat, well, when you take air and compress it, it's very hot. Well, if you then have that radiator, remember I told you that radiator was mounted outside for air conditioning, there's essentially a series of ducts. If you want heat, it takes the air that's that's going through that radiator and getting hotter, and then funnels that air into the cabin. So then that's how you get heat. So it's using the bleed air in either way, but then the air that's now been cooled down, that just gets released outside. So it doesn't cool the inside of the helicopter. Now you're taking the heat from it and bringing it into the cabin. So there's ways to do it. And it's the same thing for like a lot of the, like most, like all of the air that's going through a airliner is compressed by the engines. And because it gets up to such high temperatures, it's essentially sterilized. And then that is what is essentially being pumped through the cabin. I think that airliners, they usually pressurize the cabin up to 8,000 feet for a couple of reasons. One, because of the reduced oxygen, it kind of makes people a little bit sleepy. So it kind of makes them a little bit more docile for flying. But it's still enough oxygen and everything to survive. But two, you don't want to pressurize it to sea level air pressure, because you like every time the airplane goes up, you're inflating and the skin is being stretched. You go down, it deflates. Like the air pressure outside the thing, that puts a lot of load and stress on the aircraft. So having it run at a lower pressure is for longevity of the parts too, the skin and everything. But yeah, it's some of the technology that they've come up with is pretty cool. All right, let's continue. Next track. Yeah, you can do some weird shit with turbine engines. Volume 30. That's the town of Coventry. Might be mispronouncing that too. If you've ever looked at a car that someone's put a turbocharger on, they have intercoolers on the front of them. All of that is to lower the temperature of the air going into the engine. A turbo, when it compresses that air, the air gets quite warm, and the intercooler helps with lowering that temperature. I remember reading somewhere, I might have this number incorrect, but every degree Fahrenheit you can lower the temperature is like 0.5% of whatever your car's rated horsepower was or something. So cars that are making a lot more power by getting cooler and cooler air into it can be more beneficial to make power. It's one of the reasons why so many companies sell those cold air intakes, because they're trying to get cool air from outside the engine bay, and that adds up. This song sounds familiar. Oh, I think it's from Dust. Another really good Metroidvania game. Alright, now we're heading north again. Let's get out of here. Alright, this next airport is only 6 miles away. See, the passenger window has this air deflector, which when you open the window frame, that air deflector goes out and it can actually be angled, because like the pivot points are really, really stiff, and it can pull a lot of air inside the helicopter, get some airflow in it if it's really hot. Alright, we have a helicopter landing pad somewhere. There it is. University Hospital. Volume 30. Volume 40. we currently have a 1-knot crosswind from the west. So, not near as bad as it has been the last few flights. This song that's playing right now, what is this from? Oh, it's Cell Dweller. It's like, I know I recognize that melody. Just their orchestral version of it. No words. Alright, continuing north again. Rat the Ripper, yeah, we just passed Birmingham and Coventry. Just still collecting airports right now. Kind of working our way east again. I have a feeling I'm going to have to be replotting on Little Nav Map in a little bit. But at that point, I'll switch over to it and show you guys how I do the routing, too. There's some sheep or cattle, but they're in the trees. It's sheep. Trying to make sure we're not missing any important point of interest here. Have I beaten the input problems? Nah. The first 40 minutes of my stream was me rebinding everything again because apparently it forgot since the last time I played the game. So it's an ongoing thing. Oh, I can't wait for the day that they fix those bugs and make it so the control binds save. That by itself should be a no-brainer, right? One day. Yeah, the control binds are just completely resetting. It's annoying. What I need to do is if it's going to keep happening, I need to make myself a spreadsheet and make sure I've got, this is the name, this is the control it goes to. But, meh. I wonder what the game's criteria for putting bug splats on the window is. Because I'm pretty sure, like, you're only supposed to get them when you're coming into land, but I'm flying solo all the time. I just get them all immediately. Computational fluid dynamics. Wait, are we landing here? Nope, we already landed there. So, this airfield right here, we previously landed there, so we don't need to go there now. Put together a traveling salesman route, so sometimes it has you go to something and then you crisscross over top of each other and the travel distance ends up being the least it can be. Actually, no, we haven't been there yet, but we're going up to collect this thing and then coming right back down to it, it looks like. Never mind. I need to find my little pack of 3D printer nozzles and get those, because I need to get my other printer working again so I can make brackets and screw a U-shaped bracket so this thing is screwed into the base so it doesn't slide around on top anymore. Thinking I might get a strip of carpet so my feet are not super slidey on this wood panel anymore. Alright, so there's an airfield in front of us. A little bit more collective to just go up. Satellite imagery looks like there's just a really large building. What airstrip is this? Might just be a helicopter landing area, but it's labeled as an airport. A lot of cement. Cement products, all the tubes, culverts. So what here is the airport? They have that labeled as a frickin' airport. Hold on. Battle Flat Farm Airstrip. I don't think that's been an airstrip in many, many years. Looks like they sold the land and built some kind of office building or something. Industrial thing here. Well, it might have been this side of the street, but again, whatever's over here, it looks like they've torn it all up. Looks like they're developing it. Oh well. I'll act like this is a helipad. And heading south again. Oh, shoot. See, I can understand getting bugs on the windscreen here. Ants in my case, right? Flying Fuse, hope you're doing well this morning. What song is this? I can't place this song. Oh, it's really slow motion. Okay. Alright, there's a farm airstrip over here. Right there. Don't hit the tail. Okay, heading west. This airport south of us, this Echo Golf Motel Kilo, we will be coming back to it too, but again, the route is taking us over here first. Just bouncing all over the place, collecting all the airstrips. Flying about 200 feet above ground level. I just realized my radar altimeter is not going off. Weird. It's a random car on the Farmer's airstrip. Oh, now the airplanes decide to spawn in. According to this, there's another aircraft around me, but I don't see them. They must be really high up. Okay, now we're heading southeast. What? Oh, I thought that was a wing at first. No, it's a damn machine they use to push and pull the airplanes. See, you can set up the collective to be so loose. If you let go of it, it'll fall down. But I like having a little bit of friction, so it'll only move when I want it to. It won't just fall because of gravity. Alright, where is this airstrip? There it is. Alright. Heading south. Volume 50. I think it says 2.9 miles. This next one isn't that far away. Yep. Right there. I wish the actual in-aircraft Garmin was working. To me, that's the big thing, is make sure the aircraft systems work. Am I considering playing Elite again sometime? If something happens. We were talking about this earlier, but... Pause music. One of the big reasons why I stopped playing the game was because I literally had a community manager tell me to stop playing the game. So it's like, they don't want me to play the game anymore, then okay. It's like the stuff that's been happening in the game hasn't been enough new gameplay to interest me either. I'm waiting for them to add new mechanics. Everything that they've done, there's no new mechanics. They're just fresh coat of paint on the same things over and over. And it's like, it's kind of boring to me. Why would they do that? Apparently I was submitting too many bug reports, and a community manager was like, if you're having so many issues with the game, maybe you should just stop playing it. So I stopped playing it. And over what would be power lines there. Next track. Volume 40. But I mean, like, I've been enjoying playing Flight Sim. I've been enjoying playing Final Fantasy 14. Just kind of mixing it up, doing some other stuff too. Haven't heard this song in a minute. I think this is something of Steel. Volume 50. Oh, I hope that they're making a new version of Elite. That'd be awesome. I mean, the entire storyline, they just won the Thargoid War, but now the Guardians are going to wake up and tear everything up. Salvation is going to come back, all that kind of crap. It's a good way to end the game and announce a new one. My worry is Frontier Bean Counter's hard-headedness and not getting a VR developer. Like, Star Citizen is literally getting VR development, so you're going to have full-body VR tracking. Like, Elite, still to this day, doesn't have on-foot VR. Star Citizen is getting full-body tracking VR. Like, ugh. Well, I mean, Rat the Ripper, it kind of annoyed me where ship physics were broken for 3 years before it finally got fixed. The pulse wave scanner was broken for almost 2 years. The only reason why it got fixed was because there was a new Thargoid mechanic that needed it, and they had to fix it to make that work. Like, it's really frustrating to see a game that I absolutely loved just absolutely go to shit. Orbit lines only show up in the left eye only at some points, which cause major headaches. It's annoying. Well, the colonization is going to be good when the bubble's destroyed. The Guardians and Salvation are essentially going to rip it apart. Wait, where did I land? I don't think this is the airport. I landed in somebody's backyard. Shit. That's not the airport. I wasn't paying attention. The problem is, since David Braben left, the people in charge only care about shareholders and making money. And since he left, I've just felt the priority of the company has just, it's gotten bad. I don't agree with the changes that Frontier are doing anymore. Like, I used to be like, oh, I want to work there so bad, but after Braben left, it's just gone. Yeah. That spark that Frontier had is left with him. It's annoying. Again, this song sounds very familiar. I think this is one of those songs that back in the day, this was on the short list of songs I wanted to have running during my 5-minute opening thing. I stopped doing that a while back though. This is supposed to be the song that plays and builds up hype. Oh yeah, David Braben moved from the CEO. He's now a founder. He still owns like 51% of the company, but he doesn't have anything to do with day-to-day anymore. And my understanding is that they took the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, and made them the CEO. Pause music. So, hold on. I've got to pause the game and explain something. I do not agree with anyone whose former job was financial going anything into executive, because their brain is so focused on, we must do everything to make money, right? I guarantee you that's the reason why the Type 8 was in the ARC store for an additional 3 months, because they were looking at the spreadsheets and they said, hey, yeah, if we can get 3 more months of requiring people to buy this spaceship, we can add this much money, right? Like, people wanted to buy the ship, so they extended it out to make that more money, right? It sucks. When the priority is making money, I don't agree with that. I mean, I understand they need to make money to survive, but when you have to answer to shareholders and the shareholders are like, make us money, then I feel the company loses what made it awesome. Many companies over the years have had that happen. You see it with a lot of companies, sadly. But yeah, he hasn't been involved in day-to-day operations in years now. So story time. Talking about don't ever make the financial officer the executive officer of the company. When I was in the Air Force, we had a commander. Colonel was on the path to becoming a general. So they were grooming him for that general spot. And this guy was a pilot, and you kind of already know that immediately you get a lot of attitude with pilots. They're that A-type personality, right? Well, he's the commander of the flight squadron. The flight squadron is in charge of, guess what? Flying airplanes, okay? Well, if he's commander of the flight squadron, their entire job is to do sorties, okay? Fly the airplanes, get the airplanes flying. Well, the problem is, think of the flight squadron as the financial. Like, that's the end result, is businesses, you want to make money. CFO, right? Trying to make money. In the military, flight squadron commander, in charge of making the sorties. Okay, you see how those are parallel, right? Well, when you have the CFO, or the flight squadron commander, and they get moved over to the maintenance squadron. Because here's the other thing, too, is that in the military, they have to get experience in a bunch of different squadrons so they understand how the Air Force works, right? Like this same commander will probably at some point would have been commander of the medical squadron and the security squadron. They move around so they understand how everything works. Well, he's been doing the flight squadron. He's been getting the jets flying, get them flown, get the mission done, get the sorties completed. And then they're brought over to the squadron, the maintenance squadron. Well, he still had that fly the jets no matter what mentality, right? And the maintenance wasn't able to get done because the jets had to fly. The other squadron had to get their sorties done. And because of that, the jets kept getting more and more broke until the point where suddenly the limitations were reached and the jets were what's considered Red X. They're grounded. They're not allowed to fly anymore, right? It was so bad when he was in command that we had pilots that, to stay current, were having to fly from Utah all the way down to Florida on their own dime to go to another Air Force squadron to fly their F-16s to keep current. If a fighter pilot loses their currency, they will probably never fly again. So that you had these people flying there just to fly the jet a 30-minute sortie because all our jets where we were completely broken. Essentially got to the point where it was so bad that they essentially did a shutdown. And he brought in all of the enlisted non-commissioned officers, and they figured out, like, what are we doing wrong? Why is all this stuff broken? And it ended up being that it was on him, right? He was still trying to push out all these sorties for the other squadron that he no longer was attached to because his brain was so focused on getting the sorties completed that he didn't think about what his new job was, and that was to fix the jets. His job was supposed to be fix the jets, not fly the sorties. And he was so focused on that, we were in a really bad position. We had like 5% of our jets actually in flyable condition, which is unheard of. It was bad. And we essentially had to like shut down and just do maintenance to get the aircraft going again. But then, and this is the thing that made him go from being one of our worst commanders to one of our best commanders, is that he learned from that. He realized he made a mistake. He stepped back and he physically went to every shop that was under his command and spent, I think it was 2 to 3 days with each shop, learning how to do everything, understanding it takes this long to fix something, right? When corrosion control paint shop tells you that it takes 24 hours for this thing to cure, you cannot fly the jet for those 24 hours, because if you fly at hour 23, guess what happens? The plane flies, they're F-16s, they go kind of quick. The paint is not cured yet, it peels backwards and it ruins the thing, and now you have bare metal and material showing. The aircraft has to be painted again. Not only that, you have to sand down and get the goop off of everything that was behind that. You better hope that there was no engine components behind that, because now you sucked everything into the engine. Now the engine has to be changed. There's a reason why we have cure times and very limitations. The paint we used was a chemical reaction paint, okay? Throwing more heat at it will not change how fast it cures. It can be freezing outside. It could be 120 degrees Fahrenheit outside. It still takes the same amount of time to cure because it's a chemical reaction, not a thermoreactive reaction, right? And people getting the commander of the squadron to understand that, and actually, when you're, at the time, a staff sergeant, training a full bird colonel how to do a thing. It's a little bit eye-opening. Like there is the yes sir, no sir. You're sirring everything, right? But he's learning. And again, he went from being one of the worst commanders we ever had into learning what the job was, fixing what got messed up, and he ended up being one of the best commanders we ever had. But his first couple months, whoo, yeah, his first month was okay because we weren't doing much work. The second month is when everything went to shit because now all the jets were broken. It was bad. It was really bad. But again, I'm pretty sure he's probably somewhere in the Pentagon by now, either a 3 or 4-star general. But yeah, like, again, it's one of those things. And the reason why I talk about this story is that that's the thing you see with a lot of companies when the chief financial officer gets put into the chief executive officer position. Their brain is still wired to look at dollar signs. And I feel that that's one of the biggest issues, is because if all of your decisions are made with a financial end result, you lose something. That's my personal opinion on how that is, but so many times you see companies Star Trek, Kirk, how long does the repair take? Scotty, 10 hours. Kirk, I need it in 5. I'll do it in 3. Now, okay, so let's talk about that. The maintainers will do a thing where they'll give an estimate that is long, and then yes, you do seem like a miracle worker when it gets done faster, right? But the reason why you give a long estimate of maintenance is a lot of times this thing is broken, okay? And an experienced person will go out and do the inspection, figure out what's wrong with it, and then a lot of times they then send what they recommend to do to an engineer. The engineer, when I say an engineer, I'm talking about like someone that is PhD working at Boeing or whatever the company is that built the damn jet, looking at it and making sure it's structurally sound, and then sending the information back and saying, yeah, that repair will meet the criteria, blah, 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 and we continue. Usually, again, it's the people at the airfield that are creating the repair. The engineer just signs off on it. What was I getting at? You estimate long in case other stuff comes up. Because a lot of times, if you have damage, when you remove the damage component, sometimes there's shit underneath it that you originally didn't see. So you kind of have to factor in if something is behind that's damaged, or let's say you're removing it and something around it during the removal process gets damaged. You have to kind of factor in a fudge factor in case. The other thing too is that for a lot of complex repairs, you have multiple groups working at it. My career field, we literally had a day shift, a mid shift, day shift, swing shift, and mid shift. So we had a 24-hour operation. We would have repairs that would get started Monday morning, get turned over to swing shift. Swing shift would work on it during their shift. Swing shift would then turn it over to mid shift. Mid shift would continue working on it, and it would be turned back over to day shift the next day, and everyone would be doing stuff, right? A lot of times we would try to time the things where swing shift or mid shift would be the ones to require to have to paint the parts, simply because day shift is very visible, okay? Day shift is when the brass are in their office, when the brass want to walk around and inspect everything, the whole dog and pony show, right? Swing shift and mid shift is when things get fixed. So a lot of times you put your best performers on swing shift and mid shift, the ones that are really good at maintenance, right? And then you have the people that have nice, clean uniforms and can explain things on day shift, right? Because the brass always wants to poke their head in and what's going on, you know, this kind of stuff. When the brass goes home, the real work gets done. That's how it is everywhere, right? If you ever, like, hell, when I worked at a sandwich shop before I was even in the Air Force, right? When the boss is there, everyone's like, you know, whatever. You're always on your toes, just making sure everything's right. But when the boss leaves and the dinner rush comes in, you're working. You're going to town. You're just getting shit done, right? Same thing happens in the military. Like mid shift and swing shift is where the work gets done. And yeah, Chili Willies, yeah. CFOs have trouble understanding the future value of allocating spend something to get something. Yeah. Yeah, that is a big thing, because like the other problem too is that it's unrealistic to have your profit margin go up every year, right? There is a point where the company will plateau and possibly go down, right? It's you get to the point where you make money, and then talking about gaming, the games are so bland because you hadn't taken any risk. You haven't put money into, you know, having a developer that pushes the boundaries and tries something new. You're just doing the same old, right? And yeah, I don't think it's good. It just really sucks when you have a company that they've settled. Like I'm not. Oh, it's so annoying. I wish it wasn't a thing, but when you have a company that they've settled and they don't try to do better, like that's kind of annoying to me. And I feel that Frontier development has gotten to the point where they've settled. It's good enough, right? And then like I'm still not happy with some of the other decisions that Frontier made. When they released Formula One Manager 2022, and then like 3 months after they released the game, they stopped updating it, and then announced F1 Manager 2023, the sequel. And it's like, hold on, wait a minute. You guys haven't gotten to the point where you can release a game every year and just add a number. The game isn't that it's not that popular yet. It's not a Call of Duty, right? When I still feel that they should have pushed a little bit more, because burning all the people that bought that first Formula One Manager game, and then like here's 3 months of updates and hey, now we're done, buy our new one, that kind of burned bridges with a lot of people. Personal example, we have offices in a shared building, but we're the only ones with working infrastructure because we have been building out of our own network in phases for the last year. Everyone else has had no internet, and we're going on day 4. Nice. It might have seemed easier for us to not spend money on that then, but that would have been terrible now. So you guys are the only ones having internet right now. Yeah, because you... Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it costs money to make money. And... God, that's my biggest worry with Frontier, is just... If you play Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster, Jurassic World Evolution, those games don't have failure conditions, right? The failure conditions are so difficult to actually fail, it feels like the games are like super coddling you, right? Like some of the games should be hard. There should be some drawbacks. If you mess up and you you know, if you make a dinosaur pin and you don't put viewing areas, and the crowd doesn't like it, and you fail the mission, you know, that should be a thing, right? It just feels like a lot of Frontiers games they're spreadsheet simulators. Like you're literally playing a spreadsheet with a graphical user interface. That's what it feels like. And I don't think that a lot of the Frontier developers, especially on those games, they don't want to have a failure condition, right? Because that's essentially what it is, right? I'm going to place this animal down. This animal requires this much space. Well, it's measured in a square feet of volume. Well, you just fill that square feet of volume is literally just filled in a cell on a spreadsheet. That square feet of volume, 55% of it needs to be trees. 20% of it needs to be grass. It's a spreadsheet simulator with a graphical user interface that looks like you're making a zoo. To me, that's all it is. And it's like they're not making a challenge. And I don't like that. That's why those games never interested me much, right? Like, you have what are referred to as X4 games, right? Your Stellaris, your Civilization, stuff like that. I don't know. Like, Frontier's other games, other than Elite, seem to be spreadsheet simulators. You might have to check below my stream. I think that's what I have in my game PC right now. I mean, it's been running really good. I think it is. Hold on. CPU Z. You're making me double check. I don't even remember what processor I have. Load. CPU Z. Yeah, I'm running a 7800X3D. I got it the day after it was released. So I've had it for a while. I do have mine attached to a water cooler. And like it's running pretty decently. With my current computer build, I kind of went all out when I designed the cooling system. The radiator and the computer are two separate units that connect with like a meter of hose. I've got like quick disconnects, so you can like disconnect it and move one or the other. But it has a dedicated dual water pump that pumps the water through everything. But the radiator is, I shit you not, about this big, about that thick. Has 9 fans on the back side of it. I could probably go and add 9 more to the front of it, so it would be a push-pull system, but right now it's just a pull system. But it's a massive radiator. I bought that radiator for the purpose where I was actually going to connect 2 computers to one radiator. Because I was planning on, because my current, am I using a car radiator? I think it's about the size of the, I think it's actually larger than a radiator that comes inside of a Honda. I about said a Honda Chevrolet. A Honda Civic. Sorry, the reason why I had Honda Chevrolet on my mind is one of the streamers I watch, Sacriel. He makes a bunch of jokes when he does his American accent and talks about his Honda Chevy. And sorry, that's just what popped into my head. Yeah, but the entire reason why I bought this giant radiator thing was because when I bought my current house, my computer is not in this room. I have a hole in the wall that all my cables pass through, and my computer is physically in another room. So I don't have to hear anything. I don't have to hear the fans. I don't have to hear anything. Like, no noises at all. So I am in this room. This room, I then also did everything that I could possibly do to try to make this room the best temperature controlled that I can possibly be. I have an air intake over there. I also have a baseboard heat over here. And then across the room, I added a computer-controlled exhaust fan. So I have a temperature probe that's kind of hanging down here just out of camera view that is like right above my streaming space. That exhaust fan, it's designed for grow temps, so it'll ramp the fan speed up and down depending on the air right here. If it gets too hot, the fan goes faster and it sucks more air through this space and it will cool the room down. Same thing during summertime. If it gets too warm, it will pull air through and it'll suck air. Like the system's part of the system that actually goes through the heat pump, so it will heat and or cool as need be. So it's my own little personal loop of air in this room, essentially. But again, because I put the computer in the other room, it heats that room up. It doesn't do anything to this room. So because I have the nerve damage with my leg, essentially from the knee down, my body can't control its own temperature. I can be outside in the snow and ice, and from my knee down, it'll just start sweating. It thinks it's hot and just starts sweating like crazy. And if you guys know how sweat works, sweat evaporates, it cools off. I will get frostbite super, super quickly on my right leg because of that nerve damage. It's one of the reasons why whenever I go and do any work outside, snow blowing or whatever, I have to properly put on like a sock that goes, essentially it's a thigh-high sock, and that just to wick the sweat away from my body just so I can control my temperature properly. It sucks. Like, yeah, hope you don't ever have nerve damage because that shit is bad. Let's get back to the game. Or at least have the helicopter running here. But yeah, it's again, I will never have to buy another cooling system. Maybe a new pump at one day, I don't know, but the radiator will be good forever. Like, it's a massive radiator. It's enough for a freaking car. Alright, so we go this way. And again, I got it because I wanted to take my game PC and my stream PC, mount both of them to a wall mount, and then have all that water cooled to the same radiator. That's what I want to do, but I need to... I got a... my game PC is actually on a test bench frame, so I don't have a traditional case either. My stream computer is still in its old case, but I need... I do have a second test bench. Why is this blinking? Stop blinking. I have a second test bench that I need to put together and then put the stream computer components on it. And then essentially both will be on a little test bench with a little handle. It can be moved around super easy. Do I feel that VR moves smoother before? I think there's something going on between Flight Sim 2024 and Steam VR, which is why I'm not running Steam VR right now. I am currently running through Virtual Desktop. Virtual Desktop, because it's using the AV1 codec, I feel it looks a lot sharper for this game, and the performance is better. So that's what I'm doing right now. One of the other things we were talking about earlier is that this game got released, what, November 16th? I think. November 16th, they had 2 weeks and the beginning of December hit. Essentially, they only had 2 weeks of time after release, and of course, they're going to be working on the biggest bugs. December is well known for all the holidays and New Year's that happens on it. Most people really don't get back to work and actually working till mid-January, which we just hit a couple days ago. So I don't, of the 2.5 months that the game has been out, the studio's probably only worked on it 2 to 3 weeks. So now that the people have gotten back from all the holiday stuff, I am hoping that we start seeing updates that actually fix a lot of things, because people are actually there working. I don't ever like it when a company releases right before Christmas, because it's always December's, you're not getting anything, and the first half of January is nothing because nobody's back yet. They haven't, everyone's still lazy after the holidays. It takes a couple weeks to get back up to speed. Delta, that, yeah, if you're planning on like looking at your build and making 3D printed ducts that actually funnel air around, oh my god, yeah, that works really well. Right now, the only 3D printed part that I have on my computer is, actually no, I have more, give me a moment. The 3D printed parts that I have are the stand that holds the weight of the 4090. I just a little thing that goes to the, I think my test bench thing is made out of 2020 extrusion, so it's that really thin stuff. So it's 2020 extrusion, but then I have a 3D printed piece that just kind of goes up and supports the heavy-ass card. The only other 3D printed bit that I have is these L-shaped brackets that attach to the bottom of the radiator that then feet are added to it, so it wasn't sitting on the metal, it's now on the 3D printed feet. Those are the only 3D printed bits that I currently have on my computer. Yes, not new, but makes a ton of sense. Like, with talking about car stuff, my Mazda Miata, okay, so it's turbocharged. When I lived in Utah, I used to have an issue where the car, just driving down the road or stopped at a light, it would start overheating. Well, I got to the point where I was like, I can't deal with this anymore. Start doing a bunch of research into cooling and everything, and it turns out, ducting. Everything is ducting. If you're having cooling issues with your vehicle, make sure you have all the ductwork, okay? A lot of people stick a radiator in the front of their car and wonder why it's not cooling. Because the air going into the radiator opening is going around the radiator, okay? To have air go through a radiator, you need something called a pressure differential, okay? A pressure differential is what causes the air to flow through a radiator and not go around it. A lot of times, and sorry, why are there so many frickin' cars on this airport runway? I'm really confused here. But yeah, you have to duct the front of the radiator. You have to go from the radiator opening of your vehicle, and you got to make sure that all the air going in doesn't have any way of going around the radiator. If there's a small hole, put some aluminized tape over that hole. Now you plug that hole. Force that air to go through the radiator. The other thing, too, is, and this is something that a lot of people don't think about when it comes to cooling a car, is the engine bay. Okay? If you've got all the air going through your radiator and it gets to the engine bay, but you don't have any way of that heat coming out of the engine bay, well, now you've pressurized the engine bay and the airflow across the radiator is slow, and you're going to overheat, right? So it's a mixture. You have to raise the pressure on the front side of the radiator, but you want to do whatever you can to decrease the pressure on the hot side of the radiator. And when you have that pressure differential, that's what causes the air to flow through the radiator. Well, one of the things I did with Bernoulli's principle, air moving very fast is low pressure. Some people did some really smart things and they made a tube, okay? They took a really long tube and ran one part of that tube on the bottom of the hood and the other part of the tube on the top part of the hood. And they turned the holes where they're perpendicular to the airflow, so the air is flowing across them. And they took those tubes and they brought them into the car. And inside the car, they then squirted some water into it. And they blew the air and water until that air was floating in the tube. And they marked it. The water level is this. Effectively, they made a manometer. Okay? And then they drove the car. And I apologize, I did not realize the ads were playing. Shit. But yeah, they made a manometer. If you guys don't know what a manometer looks like, I think I have one. Hold on. Oh shit, we're gonna wreck the helicopter. Forgot we're still running. Let me pause. Oh, come on, I thought I had one. Oh, there it is. Literally right there. This is a manometer. Okay? It's used for measuring a pressure differential across 2 points. Okay? Normally, if I take these plugs out, the plugs are in because there is still a fluid inside of it. This will literally tell you the pressure differential across anything. Okay? I would highly recommend, if you have a computer case, buy one of these, install it in your computer case. Have one end go and terminate inside the computer case. Have the other end just open to the air outside the computer case. Okay? And the reason why I suggest that is because when you build a PC case, you always want positive pressure. Okay? And the reason why you want a positive pressure PC case is that if you pressurize the case, okay, the air is coming in the front of the case, it pressurizes everything. At that point, now all the air, it wants to go out every single possible hole in the case. Okay? The only air going into the case should be going through a filter. All right? All those little pinholes that are everywhere, the air is now trying to go outward. So essentially what you want to do is you set your intake fans max speed, your exhaust fans, you want to balance them, but then you have a fan controller that you then use the manometer to turn the fan speed down so there's slight positive pressure. Okay? Now, let's say, oh, you turn that exhaust fan up and now you have a negative pressure case. Well, now all those little pinholes everywhere, they're all sucking dust in. Right? Negative pressure cases tend to be really dusty because now you have a bunch of little pinholes everywhere that they're just sucking in whatever's around. You're not having all your air go through the filter of your main fans anymore. Negative pressure cases tend to be really, really dirty. Positive pressure, not so much. All right, let me get back to the game. I stood up and bumped the cyclic of a running helicopter, which would be very bad. Yeah, you wouldn't ever be stepping over this with the engine running. All right, let's continue on. But yeah, going back to the car, though, discussion. I had done all the ducting on the front of my car, but I was still having some weird areas that in really, at higher speeds, my car would start to struggle. And it turns out that what was happening is I was essentially pressurizing my engine bay, and the air didn't have any way to get out. Now, a lot of people, they'll have their car, and they do these things where they put spacers at the back of the hood, and the hood has this weird 1-inch gap on it and everything. That actually makes it worse. Because in like the 70s and 80s, cowl induction hoods were like a big thing. The area where the window is on a car, that's a high pressure zone. You have that air hits that window and is directed upwards. That pressure, when you lift the back of your hood, is actually going into the engine bay. It's going the wrong way. It's not extracting air out. It's pulling air in. It's pushing air in. So what I found out is that some people did a thing where they put tape on the hood of a Mazda Miata, 6-inch by 6-inch grid, and they used a manometer to measure each 6-inch grid what the pressure differential was on all those points. And they found that the air flowing over the hood, because it's going really fast, it got accelerated really quick, the pressure's low. And they found that the pressure inside the hood and outside the hood, there is like over 1 inch of pressure differential. And that's the reason why now I have holes in my hood, and I use WRX, Subaru WRX, what are they called? Bumper vents on my hood, and it extracts heat out of my hood. To the point where I actually had an oil leak on the back of the motor, and it sucked the oil to the front of the motor and then out the hole. There was so much airflow going out of it. So much suction. And that car, I could drive through Death Valley in the middle of the summer with the air conditioning running, and the car was like, meh, 180 degrees Fahrenheit. It was perfect. It was great. Yeah, the only problem with doing negative only, even if it is completely sealed, is negative pressure. Like, you either want it neutral or positive. Even negative, the fans are struggling because now you're creating a vacuum now. And a vacuum is tough. Positive pressure, oh no, the exhaust fans are getting a little bit more assistance with them, but having that little bit of positive pressure is enough to, the air leaking out of the extra little pinholes is enough to keep the dust out, and that's the important thing. Now, my back room, dust is usually human skin cells anyway. Do you know what's in that back room? My laundry machine, my water heater, my water softener. That's like it. There's nothing else in that room. There's nothing to create dust. That room is so clean. And because I am still in the basement, that room stays actually really cool year-round. Next track. Volume 40. So much more dust since I have a dog, yeah. My cats are not allowed in that back room. They do not go in there. And all of my, like, my heat pump has its own air filter built in, but then every air intake that returns to the central air has its own filter over it too, so try to keep that entire system clean. When I moved into this house, That was one of the first things I did, was I connected my air compressor and ran the air compressor with a special thing to get all the nasty dust out of all the vents. Several of the rooms in the basement, I actually pulled the metal down and cleaned it out, because it was nasty, because previous owners had a dog too. Next track. DOFing. What do you mean DOFing? Sorry. When pause music. When I was in the Air Force, after I got out of the Air Force, if you throw an acronym at me, my brain just goes, You're gonna have to spell out what DOF means, please. Because I just went completely blank. Oh, talking about my computer rig, I did actually update my BIOS yesterday, too. I hadn't updated my BIOS in like over a year. Pause music. Oh, I didn't grab another drink. Dang it. Hold on. Let me double check something. Oh, a motion sim? Oh, I'd love to get a motion sim, but... Oh, I about made a bad mistake. Pause music. Okay. I apologize, guys. I about made a really bad mistake. I have no idea why this route has me going way the hell over there. Okay. We're now back to route plotting. I landed at whatever airstrip this was. Buntingthorpe Proving Ground. Ah, that's why they had all the cars there. It's not an airstrip anymore. I don't know why I had this route plugged in. I shouldn't be going to Beckles. I need to be getting all these other locations. So let's make a new route. Hold on. Crap. See, that's the part I don't want to do. I don't want to reset my aircraft trail. I want to see where I have been. How do I delete? Flight plan. Okay, uncheck that for a moment. Because I know I haven't been to Nottingham yet. Because, like, I know I've been to the Humber Bridge. I know I've been down to Cleethorpes. Right? So we've been down that far. And this is the reason why it's really irritating to me when my aircraft trail keeps vanishing, because you can see, like, when I actually have the trail, I know exactly where I've been. But I haven't been to Nottingham yet. I think... because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I've been to the Lincoln Cathedral. I know I've been there. And I think that was the south point. I've been to there and everything north of it. So what I need to do... Okay, we are still ending there, but we need to change our route. How do I'm trying to remember how to add airport. Control-Alt-Click, okay. Control Alt. There we go. And you can see it's essentially doing the whole traveling salesman route. And it's putting together what would be the physically shortest route to take. I'm just making sure that I'm getting to all these different airfields. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, because I remember this. I remember going down this coastline, and then I was like, oh, let's pick Lincoln, and then I was like, let's get everything north of Lincoln. But this is the program that I've got running on my other little screen. I've been using it because my in-game GPS is not currently working. I'm using this instead. And I usually make this route longer than I'll actually fly. And then because, as you can see, I mean, that essentially lets me collect all those airports up north now. I might as well get all these. Oh, shit, no. Nope, cancel. Okay, so I need to turn around and go back towards Leicestershire, because otherwise it's going to delete all that other crap. Those airports are literally next to each other. All right, cool. So now let's go back to the game. Take my little route thing. Reactivate that thing that makes it move. Keep user aircraft in the center. Put this down there. Cool. All right. Now, talking about like a motion sim, my only annoyance with a motion sim is that I am not a huge fan of the ones that it sees you do a control input and then just does an action based on your control input. I would rather have a motion sim that is based on the G-forces produced, right? Like, I don't care what I'm doing with the control. Like, if I'm in a car and I turn left, well, a control-based motion sim would just tilt you this way to make it feel like you're being pressed that way. Well, if the reason why you're turning left is because you're sliding the car, the G-forces are completely different. And I don't like that. I'd rather have one that's based on G-force instead of angle. I know that the motion sims that the people that got it to work for Elite Dangerous, those were controller-based because they were doing some kind of RAM hack that did something and pulled G values out of the RAM or something like that. I don't know. It was weird. more sheep down below. Time.
5:48.
Now, another thing for me too today is, one, I have a appointment with the Veterans Administration, which I got to go to, and then immediately following that, I meet with my grandmother for lunch. So, yeah, we'll probably end the stream a little bit earlier than I normally would because of that, but so again, it happens essentially every Friday. Bunch of cows. Next track. Oh, God. Okay. Play some Captain America. This playlist is all over the place today. Getting some of the AI aircraft showing up over there now. Whoa, teletrees. I do not like it when that happens. Do not like that one bit. Is this decently playable with keyboard and mouse? I would not recommend it. I mean, this is supposed to be a simulator. It's... Even having a controller would work better than a keyboard and mouse. Oh, this is like just completely... We're in the movie music now. Okay, this is Pirates of the Caribbean. One of the songs from it, maybe. Oh, shoot. You're not the first person that mentioned that exact song. That's the problem, is that if you play it all the time, it gets very old very quickly. Trying to get back on route. Okay. Yeah, before I built my cockpit that I have now, I had my flight stuff like literally set on top of the desk. Had it relatively wide, and like I would have my hands up like this for hours at a time playing it. I mean, it worked, but going to an actual flight cockpit, it is nicer because now everything's like where it should be for ergonomics. Like, I mean, in the real aircraft, you literally have your arm is resting on your leg like this. So you're like making very, very small corrections, essentially using your wrist. You're not trying to use your entire arm to move forward and backwards constantly. And there's nothing to apologize for language, dude. If English isn't your first language, you type it just fine. And see, I've got, because I've modified so many things, my cyclic is a Thrustmaster Ava base, super low spring force. I mean, I can essentially, like, it's enough where I can, like, use my pinky finger to move it, and it doesn't, it's not stressing my pinky out at all, right? Very little spring force. In helicopters, there's no centering force at all in a helicopter. You've got hydraulics, but yeah, you're essentially balancing the helicopter center of gravity constantly. Oh no, no, it's I don't care. Like, pause music. The way I look at it is this, right? You might notice that I don't curse much, but when I do, it's usually for, like, I'm trying to stress something, right? If you, like, it's just one of those things, like, if you have a streamer that's just constantly cussing all the time, it turns into white noise. You don't even notice it anymore. But if you got somebody that, and this was my philosophy when I was in the Air Force too. I was in the military and I didn't cuss, right? So when shit got bad, like really bad, and I did start cussing, people knew something was wrong, right? But yeah. That's the way I look at it. You can use it all the time, I don't care. I do not give a shit. So, no big deal. Alright, I've got to double check this map because I've been flying away and... something mess up on the map? No. Okay, good. Okay, I'm back on the route. Okay. I am back on the route. I just have to go... this way now. Next track. Next track. The sim cockpit that I have is SimFab. I got it because for its price, you actually get quite a bit out of it. And I was able to try a friend's, and when I tried his, I realized that it's actually built pretty solid. Like, I didn't want something that had play in it. I wanted something that was solidly built. Yeah. I can see having all that extra stuff makes it difficult for more room. Is this a song from The Witcher? I think it is. Witcher 3. That's another game I never really played. But it's one of those games I want to play. I lost interest after the first zone change. Maybe I'll try to pick it up again when Witcher 4 comes out. I don't know. Oh, shoot. So this is Nottingham. And we will be going by a point of interest, supposedly, here, too. I'm sorry, no, this is not Nottingham. This is Leicestershire. Why is that labeled as a normal airport on the map? It's a helipad here. Interesting. Looks like a frickin' airport to me. Have I ever had my disability rating adjusted when I got out of the military? Pause music. When I got out of the military, my disability rating was 30%. It was later adjusted to 70%, and then finally up to 100%. So I've had it adjusted twice. The final time they did the disability rating, technically, I'm 280% disabled, but because of the financial stuff, it only maxes out at 100. That's how much shit's wrong with me. Did I request a review? I had a really good guy that did the whole paperwork and was able to figure out the things that I couldn't request. And because... Okay, so, yeah, let's quickly talk about that. Can you send me a direct message, if you're comfortable? Let me know whereabout in the country you are. Here, let me try to explain this. This is where it gets really weird. The VA has this thing. It's really fucking weird. And see there, I'm going to cuss because this is like, I'm trying to stress how weird this is. There is a group of people that they are paid by the VA. Okay? They exist and do not answer to anyone in the Veterans Administration. The only thing that they're hired to do is that they are the ones that you contact, and they're the ones that fight for you to get your ratings adjusted. And bear with me, I'm trying to open up Discord, or not Discord, what am I talking about? Not Discord. Twitch, so I can see a direct message if need be. So just bear with me one moment. My only worry is that the guy that helped me, he's based around Utah. I don't know if he works outside of Utah. But there are people like him that do a bunch of other stuff. You're in Oregon. Okay. The general thing is that if there are people out there that they're like, if you give us this much money, we'll find whatever things for you. The people that actually are supposed to do this don't do that. They're paid by the VA, and they are the ones you contact. You go to them with all the things you have wrong. If you have medical records showing that you had these issues when you were in the military too, like you have that documentation, that helps greatly. Like, for example, for me, I had tons of documentation on my headaches, right? So I was able to get that rating bumped up. I have all the documentation about the nerve issue. Service connected, yeah. And that's the thing. So here's the other thing, too. When you were getting out, right, you had to go to an Air Force facility, and they had to do whatever, and then they gave you your initial rating, right? The problem with that is that those people work for the Air Force. And the way that it's a financial thing, right? Because when you get out, let's say you have 30% disability, they try to lower you down the maximum amount because half of that disability money is coming from the Air Force and the other half is from the VA. So the more they can get you lower then, the less, because you're not the only person, there's multiple people, right? But once you get out and you actually go through the VA and you talk to one of these people, that's their job to find these things. You get the paperwork gets digitally applied. Like, and here's the crazy thing. You can sit there and start the paperwork today, okay? You enter that in, it's all in there digitally, and you have January 17th, right? You then have a year to get everything done. And you get all this stuff, you get it through the VA, and then the VA gives you your new rating. Well, now that percentage, after you get, I think, past 70%, all of it is being paid by the VA. The branch of service you were in no longer pays that. So it's entirely through the VA. And again, you got to find somebody that is in your area that's what their job is to find that stuff. Correct. Yeah, all your military, what is it called? All disability pay is zero tax. Correct. Just talking about taxes real quick, because we're coming up on tax season soon. Everyone should be getting their W-2s and R-134s or whatever the hell else. No, R-134s is air conditioning gas, isn't it? Whatever. People are getting their tax stuff right now. Last year, I made so little money through Twitch that I didn't even qualify to the point to even do taxes. So stupid. So dumb. Also, check wherever you live, because you might have other things that your state allows. As an example, when I lived in Utah, when I had disability in Utah, I paid for my license plates on my car. My yearly fee for my car, big fat zero. I paid nothing for my license plates on both of my cars when I lived there. When I'm here in Minnesota now, because I'm 100% disabled and I bought a house, the first $300,000 value of the house, big fat zero tax rate. So the last couple of years, I have paid no taxes on my house. Minnesota also has a bunch of stuff where I can get a free hunting and fishing license if I wanted to. I get free things to national parks. Again, it's different per state, so check in on that as well. Some say, I think the $300,000 house value for house taxes is if you're 70% or higher, and of course 100 is higher than 70, so I met that criteria. The first year I lived here, I did have to pay taxes because I moved in January 14th. If I had moved in December 31st, I would have been tax-free for the first year I lived here. Oh well. So yeah, I'm saving a lot more money now, but yeah. Your 40 DOD and 30 VA. Yeah, like if you already had 40 DOD, and usually the VA number is usually higher, there are people you should find. I can't even, like, again, I had this fixed in 2017, so it has been a little bit since I last did this stuff. I don't remember what they were called is the problem. Bear with me a minute. Yeah, you're essentially looking for disabled American veterans experts is what they're usually called. Use caution with anybody that wants like payment, because the official ones are ones that actually work for the VA, and that's their job, is to find you the stuff. So be like my brother went through a guy that he's like, you pay me either $500 a month as I work on it, or $3,000 flat out, and you know, whatever. He got freaking scammed. It was bad. The guy like drug his feet for months, and yeah, it was bad. The ones that actually do it are employed by the VA but don't answer to the VA. So, yeah. Just be very careful, because there's a lot of these scammy companies that they throw the American flag up or something patriotic. We're made up of, like, we're all veterans trying to help veterans, and they scam the shit out of you. It might be, yeah. You might be able to even call, and they can give you contact numbers as well. And again, I don't even think the guy I had works there anymore, sadly. But I was going to see if he was still... Oh, wait, no, he might still be there. There's a problem with the image? In what? You want to play with me? I'm in the flight sim, so if you can find me, good luck. Just bear with me. I'm trying to get a... I'm going to send you a link to what I went through, and I'm going to... The name on it, just, again, bear with me. It's one of the names almost at the very bottom of that link. The image or game moves with my head movement. Because I've got the game paused right now. If I unpause the game, I'm literally in the helicopter. But because I have it paused, it would appear as a flat screen in front of me. Okay, so as Amnesiac, and I feel I'm mispronouncing that. Be aware that that guy, he only works Utah. However, you might be able to contact one of the places in that thing to ask for information, because again, it's a network of people. They might know somebody in your area that they might be able to give you an exact email and or thing. And the guy's name that I just gave you, awesome dude. Like, one of the best people ever to work with, and got my shit so quick. So hopefully somewhere in that thing, if you're able to contact anybody in that system that is able to give you information for your state, hopefully you can get some stuff fixed and get a better rating. Because yeah, I completely understand that. My brother was like 40% disabled in North Carolina, and he got some stuff done and got up to 100% as well. All right, let's get back in the game. Let's see. Find my pause screen. There it is. All right, so we are at this airfield. Next one is heading north. Let's pick up. All right. This way. Next track. All right. Some good music too. I just took off from the airport of Leicestershire. Airport code Echo Golf Bravo Golf EGBG. Heading north. Heading towards Nottingham, I believe, in the UK. I'm going towards Echo Golf Tango Lima, EGTL. What server? I believe it is the East. And I've been making sure to, like, I haven't seen anybody in multiplayer today. I've seen some AI aircraft, but disturbing all the people playing golf beneath us. That's awesome. See some, looks like sheep. What airport? That's the one I just gave you. I can't see it right now, shit. I'm going to... Echo Golf Tango Lima. EGTL is the airport code. Just do be aware that Flight Sim 2024 has been a little bit iffy with multiplayer as well. So hopefully it allows multiplayer stuff to work. I've got it all on my side, but their servers are still very iffy. I see some kind of... What is that? You see that? Whatever that building is off in the distance. Maybe it's a couple smokestacks. What is that? You know, I bet you it's a farm silo. They just didn't know how to render it. Oh, it's a church. That's what it was. Point of interest around? Nope. Alright, I think I see the airstrip. Look how much bug guts I have on my window. Would have cleaned all that crap off a while back in real life. Picking up. Yeah, it's supposed to stream in the information and everything. All right. Yeah, just me being a real-life helicopter pilot, I love the added detail flying low. In 2020, I couldn't fly anywhere near as low as this. Just flying and not being able to know where the trees are sucks. Actually having the trees be here where I can actually see them, and if I want to, you know, fly between them all and not hit them. The tree branches are actually there in 3D. 2020, they were all billboards. You had no idea where the actual tree branches were, and because of that, it sucked. Then of course all the new stuff with all the ground rendering. Hit the ground just like that. Volume 60. Volume 60. When I put this aircraft under stress, for some reason, the audio vanishes, and I have to go outside view and then back in. Yeah. Like, again, like, I think 2024, if you're doing helicopter flight or bush flying, right now, 2024 is definitely superior. If you're doing airliners, yeah, 2020 might still be the way to go. Because some of the weirdness that's going on with it, yeah. But then again, they are finally back from their holiday. Hopefully we get some patches soon. Because everybody's been... Oh, shit. Whoa! I hate it when the trees just pop out of nowhere. Everyone was away for the holiday weekend, so hopefully they're now coming in to actually do some patches. That tree came out of nowhere. People think that helicopters are not maneuverable. Alright, so the thing we're going to right now is a point of interest. It is not an airport. But supposedly there's something in front of us? Maybe? Is this a Transformers theme? Is the 125 my favorite? It's a helicopter that I've flown in real life, so yeah. Turbine powered. It's a fun helicopter. I have no idea if this point of interest is in 2024. I know it's in 2020. But this is... I've been using this for my around the world flight. When I change over to the looking for animals, I actually switch over to the Robinson R66. I flew in Robinson R44. The 66 is just like the turbine version of it. So, is the model close? Pretty damn close. I'm missing another GPS unit, but overall pretty damn close. It sucks that this GPS unit isn't functioning. I wish that would work. Okay, I think there's supposed to be a castle over what I'm flying over right now. And I don't think that castle is rendering in. Yeah, I have a feeling there's supposed to be something right here. Dang. Any sensitivity settings we need to change in the sim? I recently completely uninstalled the game and reinstalled to make sure I didn't have any corrupted files. And I've been noticing that I had a bunch of hardware settings had some really extreme numbers. As in, let's see here, let's see if I can find them. You go into controls and you go to hardware settings. And, okay. Pause music. Not keyboard. Go to your joystick. And when I went into this, some of the numbers that it had were like that. And I was like, that shouldn't... None of this. Everything here should be linear. And it was really messing up my controls. So I went through everything and just zeroed everything out. It was really messed up. AI likes to replace castle walls with apartment buildings. That sucks. But yeah, double check that. The only, I do have a couple controls that are rescaled, but because I'm using joystick gremlin to do it, I can keep everything in the game linear, and then I can make my little tweaks outside of it. As an example, I found that my toe brakes, okay? My toe brakes were all the way up nothing, and then the first 50% of the throw, nothing, and then when you hit the last 50%, it would just jump to 100, like, instantly. And it was trying to put an entire 0 to 100% sweep in like a little tiny bit of motion. And I fixed that in Joystick Gremlin, which let me actually show you. It'll make more sense if you can see it. So this is Joystick Gremlin. And Joystick Gremlin has a method for me to visualize my output. Okay? So as an example, pendular rudder axes. Okay? What are you doing? Muppet! You can't be scratching at that. Okay, so you'll notice that my toe breaks. Okay, so this is my yaw. You can see my feet moving that, and my toe breaks. If I now take my right toe brake and start to push, see how just barely resting my foot on it, it jumps to 50%. Okay, if I do that with both of them, that is literally me just barely touching my toe brakes. It goes from nothing to 50%, just instantly, right? So what I did was I went to my pendular rudder. Here's my 2 axes, and I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Hold on. Oh God, I apologize. I'm going to try to mute if I can, but I really feel like I'm about to sneeze. So what I did was I mapped these. This one was mapped to joystick device 1 X rotation, and then I created a new response curve, right? And that response curve looks like this. Okay, so the top axis right here is the raw output from my controller. Down here is what it is outputting to my game. Okay, so I'm going to put my feet on it just barely and just barely touch them. And I'm now applying the tiniest bit of braking force. And then I now have the full sweep of brakes instead of it just instantly jumping to 50%. Right? The HOTAS is 8-bit. Something with 10-bit or higher will have much better resolution. I've got everything. Everything on my cockpit goes to a USB hub. So that is then plugged in. So, but the thing is, like, my toe brakes, my rudder, it uses the full sweep. It's only the toe brakes that do that. And now that I see that that's what it was doing, it now makes a lot more sense on why when I was taxiing the airplanes around, every time I would touch the toe brakes, the aircraft would be like, jerk, because I was instantly applying 50%, right? And then I've got this is forward and back and side to side. This, full throttle, no throttle, full throttle, no throttle, slider, forward, back. And that's essentially joystick 1, is essentially my main flight controls. Okay. Now notice my collective's not in there, right? My collective is technically joystick 3. And then you can see the collective go up and down, right? So if I get rid of this on top and go to my collective, you can see how collective all the way down should be 0, but the axis sees it as full. Collective all the way up was maxing out at 85. So I rescaled it where it would actually hit 100 at full up. Right? So I wanted to make sure that I had that full sweep. And then I got my twist grip, the motorcycle throttle, and that goes down to 0 and up to 100. So I did little tweaks like that to make sure I would get full sweep, especially like with my brakes, making sure that I had full brake control. And now I'm not jerking the airplane trying to apply brakes even in little bits on the ground. So does that kind of make sense? It took me a minute to learn how joystick gremlin works, but since I got it to work, it's made a lot more sense. The main reason why I started using joystick gremlin as well is because Muppet, what are you doing? Sorry, this cat's like crawling all around my feet. The main reason why I got joystick gremlin to work was I technically have 10 joysticks. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, my foot pedals, 10, the other little breadboard thing. So I have 10 controllers, okay, is what my PC sees. Star Citizen absolutely sucks with keeping the controllers in order. Star Citizen sees the controllers. Joystick 1 is whatever Windows sees first. Joystick 2 is whatever Windows detects second. And that's a problem because every time you reboot the PC, your computer sees the controllers in a different order. So what I've done instead is instead of having 10 controllers, I now have 2 controllers that I use for Star Citizen. It's a lot easier to swap 2 controllers than it is to try to figure out where 10 is and reorder 10 separate controllers. So, yeah, that's the main reason why I was doing that. All right, let me now close that. Quickly tab over here. Let's get back to the game. But yeah, I keep the controls linear in the sim. That way I don't have to rely on it doing weird curves. And because my curves can be seen and edited on the fly in Joystick Gremlin, I use that instead now. Now, I am considering making a new curve for my collective because I feel that I have to pull it about 50% of its throw before it even starts to do anything. And the real aircraft is not like that. You get a lot more lift or you get a lot more reaction to it further down. So, I don't know. Might have to do that per aircraft. Okay, why do we have 2 with the same name? And they're... why... I mean, I guess this could be a helicopter training location. It's again weird that it's just showing as a normal airport here. The Thrustmaster Airbus yoke. I think the Airbus yoke is essentially a Thrustmaster T16000 with less buttons. I think physical-wise, I think they share a lot of the same parts. They just kind of made a different hand molding to match the Airbus stuff, I believe. I think a lot of the mechanical stuff is kind of the same as the T1600. One of my biggest pet peeves with both 2020 and 2024 is that none of them register a helicopter landing. In real life, the moment I do that, that's a landing. Oh look, I've taken off again. That's a landing. I just did 2 landings. In the helicopter world, that counts as 2 separate landings. Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't recognize any helicopter landing, sadly, which is annoying. Didn't even do that in 2020. Let's refuel. 160. Make sure to load an aircraft. All right, and we're heading north again. Fun fact, a helicopter pilot, the moment the engine starts, you're counting flight hours. aircraft maintenance is the moment the collective comes off of its resting area. There's two things that count time in a helicopter. Yeah. There's that weird audio bug where sometimes I lose certain audio cues until I go external and then back in. Yeah, but 14-bit resolution, how many steps is that? That's still a ton of steps. Next track. Because, like, for example, my my racing cockpit, the pedals are from a Logitech G.25, and in stock format, you have the steering wheel plugged into the computer, you have the H pattern shifter plugged into the computer, and you have the pedals plugged into the thing where it'll plug into the computer. The pedals were 256 different positions, which, I mean, for a car is okay, but because I'm not running it through the Logitech steering wheel anymore, instead I'm running it through its own control box. The pedals are now 1028 resolution. So drastically increase the resolution by doing that. What is it? This sounds like something from Avatar. Yep, it is. Like, I'm trying to recognize where these songs come from. BKB has 12-bit precision, yeah. I mean, a lot of times, if you're using a Hall effect sensor, they're really sensitive. My brake pedal on my racing sim is a load cell. One of the best things I've ever done. Load cell brake is like the way to go. Crazy thing too is I have not ever been able to max out the load cell either. It's like a, I don't know, it's a really heavy load cell, but it works so well. Being able to like stand on the brakes and make slight pressure changes, and that's how brakes work in real life. People don't think about that. You push your pedal down on your car. You hit a point where your pedal is pushing the master cylinder, that master cylinder is pushing the fluid, that fluid is pushing the brake pads. They get to the point where they stop. And the more pressure you put on it, the more friction it causes, right? You don't push the pedal down. If your pedal is moving, it's because you're literally bending the sheet metal behind it. And the day I put a load cell in my car, I think I gained 2 seconds of lap time at Laguna Seca just by doing that. It was like a oh my god moment. They're great. And the fact that you can go through a turn and just lean your braking foot against the brake pedal, you can use that to rotate the car. It's so nice. So nice. Where am I in game now? Now I am at Echo Golf Echo Echo. EGEE. In fact, here, hold on. We're going to do a thing. Select up all the way down, turning the helicopter off. Because I'm going to log out and then back in to make sure that I've got all the multiplayer stuff going. Essentially at a full tank of fuel. The stupidest thing. The cable-operated rotor brake won't work if the battery power is not on. So Echo Golf, Echo Echo. End flight. All right. So also me loading will hopefully clean my Echo Golf, Echo Echo, Jericho Farm Airstrip. Flight conditions. Live weather, AI, all players. Why does this keep going back to live? Okay. I'm going to click right here. Set as departure. On ground, shut down. Start flight. So I should be at this airfield now. Okay. Ready to fly. Let's get my aircraft ready again. Do all our inspections. Yep, the engine's there. You would climb up on this thing. You would look through the sight glass, make sure you have oil in here. A fuel pump, hydraulic pump, all that kind of stuff in here. You're not supposed to close automatically. What the hell? Well, I didn't mean to open that. You would be inspect like this bar right here. That's one of the control surfaces, and it goes to the hydraulically operated thing up here. You can see more. Again, see these linkages here? That all goes down to your cyclic and collective. That goes up. Close this. You would then climb 1 foot there, 1 foot there, 1 foot there, and you would literally climb up there. You would be standing up there to inspect your rotor head. Let's see if it's got... It's kind of hard to see the colors here. The colors are usually red, blue, and yellow. This one doesn't really have those. Shit, did not mean to get in the thing yet. Not done doing my inspection. Come back here. Checking everything. Make sure you smash your head on this. Go in here, you check all this. You make sure you can move this thing around. Come over here. Check your oil level in the gearbox back here. Ooh, good song. Volume 60. All right, let's do this. On. Please let my GPS function. Hey, my GPS works. EGQW. So you come over here, activate, or select a waypoint. And there we go. That now works. Clear. Nah, sadly, they don't allow other people to ride in other people's aircraft, sadly. But yeah, I'm on Eastern. Have to do... Am I using something for voice tech for my voice commands? I use voice tech for a lot of things. I'm not using voice attack for any controls for the aircraft other than lights. Lights. Yeah. Lights activates and deactivates my flashlight. That's the only one. Up to flight. Alright, I'm going north again. Clear left. Tree to my right. Clear left. Trying to make sure that my tail rotor's not going into a tree. Let's go this way. Now, in real life, you would be spending a little bit more time, you know, letting the engine and the gearbox warm up. But we don't have to worry about that here. Yep, East USA. Volume 40. Let's see, now I have a working GPS. It's nice when that actually functions. Right now, this thing's zoomed in to only show half a nautical mile. Like 5 nautical miles is a little bit better. Kind of know what's coming up. If I was flying a Dark Star, I'd have that thing set to like 100 nautical miles out. Just because it's going so damn fast. 150, 500. Two, 3, 5. There we go. Alright, so we're now at EGQW Echo Golf Quebec Whiskey. What the hell is this? What is going on with this taxiway here? I don't know what is going on here. Now I'm really curious. No, that's literally what's here. I wonder if maybe seasonal, they allow people to come in here with caravans. Or something, because I don't know. Looks like a vehicle. Is this Harry Potter? I'm hearing the Harry Potter theme. Next track. I remember them on one of their listing things. People have asked to get the ability to download stuff, and it's something that they're discussing right now. They haven't said yay or nay. I've got pretty good internet. I've got 1,000 down, 1,000 up, so I can load in like anywhere really quick. The only issues with the servers right now are Asobos themselves. They had some weirdness upon launch, and I don't think they've fully tweaked any of that yet. Yeah, someone did the math that if you actually downloaded the entirety of Earth, it's like 70 petabytes or some weird shit. Like that's a lot of data. God, I remember way back in the day, we tried doing a flight sim thing using like X-Plane, and I remember having to tell X-Plane that I wanted to fly in this area that day, and it would go online and it would download Google Earth images. But the problem was, if I flew outside that area, the terrain was just that generic brown and green color. Had no textures at all. Like, it was bad. Yeah, not gigabytes, petabytes for, like, the planet. It was an insane number. Oh, I see you over there. Wait, what is that? I thought that was an H at first. Whatever, I'm landing on it. Probably where an aircraft was when the picture was taken. Yeah, sadly, the way that Flight Sim 2024 works, it's all streamed right now. EGUK. Echo Golf, Uniform Kilo. Direct to... Activate. Okay, that's not right. Hold on a minute. Little nav map and it are seeing two different directions. What? I'm sorry, not EGUK, EGUC. Echo Golf Uniform Charlie. No wonder. Make sure you're going to the right place. Direct to Echo Golf Uniform Charlie. In real life, if you have an actual touchscreen, it works so much better. These touchscreens on these GPS units are nice. That's better. Did you see the flight options that I picked? And I picked the the all players. I did not pick live. You have to make sure that is checked. Otherwise, it will not connect. Volume 60. Volume 80. It's such a good song to harmonize to. Volume 60. I have never had a GPS unit that showed me my vertical speed, ever. That is normally how far you are to your target location, and that was it. So that's always weird to me. I don't know why this GPS unit shows that. Yeah, I think that's the airstrip. Volume 40. Alright, heading southeast now. Visibility is going down a little bit. Paradox, yeah, I agree, dude. It's freaking great. Probably need to do a little bit of readjustment on my face, though. So little nav map doesn't have this airport listed, but it's listed here on this map. Interesting. Volume 40. No idea. I think mine might be a couple weeks old. Volume 50. Volume 50. I think it keeps I think it makes. Yeah, I think it thinks I'm saying 15 or something. Ooh, visibility is dropping very quickly. Yeah, the thing is, though, is that, like, a lot of times the graphical settings aren't going to do anything for internet connection, though. That's the other problem. If it's not streaming the data to your device fast enough, yeah, it's not going to load anything. And now I've got the hiccups. Volume 40. Continuing on. Game time?
13:14.
Sun sets around 4 p.m. over in England right now, I believe, isn't it? So we got a few more hours of daylight. This is like late afternoon now. We've flown a 135 in real life? No. Only the 125, this one that we're in, and then the, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, H125. They weren't called an H125 when I flew it. That's the catch. Mine in the US is called an AS350 A-Star. B3. 4 p.m. sunset's brutal. Same where I live, too. The big old bug splat right here, damn it. Yeah, the 135 is a little bit more beefy than the 25. See, this music would have been better if I was flying around New Zealand. Next track. What is this? This is League of Legends, isn't it? I think it's League of Legends. Oh, it's League of Legends. Okay. I'm like, hold on a minute. Next track. The freeware 135. Be very careful with freeware because they don't have good physics. Just use caution with that. Helicopters are naturally unstable. If it's not floating everywhere, they probably fake the physics. Grand Theft Auto is not the pinnacle of helicopter physics. Alright, I need fuel again. I didn't top off after that last relog. Oh, now that doesn't want to work. There it goes. Oh, you piece of shit. I've got like 800 pounds of people in the back of this thing. Get the hell out of my helicopter. No wonder it felt rear heavy. Remember my cargo, though. There we go. Have I ever tried getting out of a plane when it's flying? No, I'm absolutely content with staying in a perfectly running aircraft. I was Air Force. We like our planes to continue to fly. Army's the one that jumps out of him. Where am I now? Echo Golf Yankee Echo. EGYE. But I'm heading north again. Another quarry here. Yeah. You can get notifications on this thing? How does that work? Pause music. Alright. Bunch of League of Legends music. I'm getting a little bit of slowdown there. "2020 used to have a really bad issue where if you got into the sim and then left and then came back in and left and came back in, it wouldn't get rid of old stuff, so it just had a huge memory leak from that. And I'm wondering if 2024 has that too and they haven't fixed it yet. There's a lot of things from 2020 that when they forked it, like they had the code and they forked it and they started working on 2024. Still a bunch of things that got fixed in 2020 that weren't ported over to the new core. Alright. Shoot. Time.
7:23.
Actually, guys, you know what? This is, again, one of those things. I've got an appointment in a few hours. I'm actually I think I'm gonna end the stream here. That way it gives me time to kind of calm down from the stream and rest a little bit before I get in have to go and do my appointment stuff. So we're just going to park the aircraft right here. I'm actually kind of surprised how they got all this stuff to get the aircraft ready. They should have a way to put the covers and stuff back on, because you do that at the end of the flight. You have to put the aircraft away as well as take it out, right? I don't know. All right, guys, that is where I'm going to end here today. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me. I am still going to be jumping around possibly a whole bunch of different games over the next several weeks or whatever. Look at all the bug guts everywhere. Let me go on to Twitch and see if I can find somebody to send you guys over to. Let's see here. I'm going to send you guys over to go watch Cletus Buford. So, guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. Might be doing another flight sim stream. Not flight sim. What am I talking about? I might be doing another Final Fantasy 14 stream, just because I try to bounce between games in VR and not in VR, because I've been having the weird stuff with my neck, which is one of the reasons why I'm going to the appointment today. Is to, I don't know, maybe I can get them to x-ray my neck. That'd be nice. But guys, again, thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what game I will play in the future. I need to jump back into Guild Wars 2. I still got a bunch of leveling to do in Final Fantasy 14. Assetto Corsa Evo just went into early access today, and I would have been playing it, except for the fact that apparently VR is completely broken in it. So I've got to wait for it to get fixed before I even attempt to play that one. Oh, frack, the damn ads are playing. So, guys, that's where I'm going to end. Thank you for hanging out. I will see y'all later. If you're watching on YouTube, the stream's about to end. I will see y'all later. Take care. Later, guys.